Chapter 8:13. Although she had a hunch and was prepared, Xue Baochai still couldn't accept the truth being directly revealed by the person involved. But if this was the case, a lot of doubts could be explained. When they first met a few years ago, he was reserved and alienated. He was the legitimate son of the Rongua family, and received the most elite education from the aristocratic families in Jiangnan, but he wasn't elegant. He wasn't interested in the classics of the predecessors, didn't like to draw, was a terrible chess player, and didn't know how to play the zither. Of course, he was able to use the zither strings to make invisible sound blade. If he was just an ordinary playboy, it would be fine. But he wasn't elegant. Occasionally, he would recite a few lines of poetry, and it would be amazing. Although he wasn't good at music, the tune he occasionally hummed was very pleasant to the ears. Although it didn't conform to etiquette, it was really pleasant to the ears. And he wasn't interested in the classics of the predecessors. He was even dumbfounded when he asked, but when he talked about astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, and other miscellaneous subjects, he was very clear and logical. At that time, he often quarreled and even fought with the officials of the Imperial Astronomer and the Observatory Tower. Whether it was quarreling or fighting, it was one-sided. At that time, people often heard such words such as, bullshit, that's the movement of plates, idiot, why do you care about the rotation of the planet, *ck your mother, a supernova explosion hundreds of thousands of light-years away has nothing to do with the advantages and disadvantages of your country's governance, and so on. It was very strange and subtle. She didn't understand, but she felt that what he said was very reasonable. So it was very strange. She didn't know where he learned these miscellaneous knowledge. He was unwilling to go home with all kinds of excuses. He even said, I won't return until I destroy the sky demon. Every time they talked about the Rongua family, he would change the topic without leaving a trace. After the Barren Mountain, they didn't hear from each other for 2 years, and he always refused to go home. Even after they met again, his behavior was very strange. And the subtle expressions of Zhang Yinluo and the others. There were many doubts about the incident in Mingzhou. Today, when they returned to Jinling, her husband's behavior was also very strange. There was a sigh on his face, but there was no trace of reminiscence. It was as if the Rongua family was a completely strange place for him. There were so many doubts. There was only one answer that could perfectly answer. It was now, it was here, it was what he was saying now. Xue Baochai didn't know what to say. She had a lot of questions in her heart, but she didn't know where to start. She had a lot of things to say, but she didn't know where to start. Sun Lang looked at her quietly. His eyes were calm, and his expression was peaceful. He said softly, Don't rush. Take your time. Think about it slowly. Accept it slowly. I'm right here. Whatever you want to ask, I'll answer. Xue Baochai bit her lips and glared at Sun Lang. She whispered, Why are you telling me this? Sun Lang shrugged helplessly. You're really something. At first, you even blamed me for hiding everything from you. Xue Baochai glared at him again and said with red eyes, I regret it. Can't I regret it? You won't allow me to act shamelessly? I suddenly don't want to know anymore. Sun Lang laughed. For some reason, the usually sensible and intelligent big sister, Bao acting shamelessly did not seem out of place at all. On the contrary, she seemed rather cute. And after her little temper and shamelessness, the slightly awkward atmosphere after the truth was revealed eased quite a bit. He let out a long sigh. The feeling of confiding was actually not bad. Sun Lang continued, Seriously speaking, it's not just about being honest with you. There are many reasons, Xue Baochai interrupted him. The girl looked seriously into his eyes and said, You know which one I want to hear. Sun Lang was at first surprised, and then he spread out his hands and nodded. Fine, fine, the most important reason is that I felt the arrival of the destiny node. The feeling of choosing the direction of one's life is both exciting and terrifying. I entrusted the future to the hearts of the people, to the things that you all still believe in, to the things that I used to believe in but now do not believe in, so I feel somewhat at a loss, helpless and lonely. So I hope that someone can share my loneliness, listen to my story, and be a witness. Prove that I once did such a thing, and then pray with me, hope that everything can return to the best of the past, hope that tomorrow will be better. He looked at Big Sister Bao and said seriously, perhaps knowing the truth is not a good thing. Perhaps being kept in the dark is the greatest happiness. But now that I've told you, you have to worry and fear with me, fear and anticipation for the unknown tomorrow. No matter what the result is, I will have one less thing on my mind. No matter what I become, you have to always be by my side. Are you satisfied? Shui Baochai sighed. This was not just a little bit different from her ideal words of love. But it was indeed words that the person she was familiar with could say. And, compared to before, it was just a little bit better. Although this was what she thought, she still curled her lips and said, "But you are clearly Sun Lang." Sun Lang laughed. "But I was the one who greeted you outside the Tsang Mountain camp. I was the one who made the sand table with you. I was the one who led you into battle formations. I was the one who taught you how to line up troops. I was the one who told you about Parthian tactics. I was the one who gave you nicknames. I was the one who made you cry. I was the one who sang to you. All those acquaintances, all those memories, I'm just changing back into my original identity. Do you still dare to deny it?" This was once again a performance that exceeded his usual standards. Sister Bao was somewhat satisfied. She finally smiled and tilted her head, showing the slyness and playfulness of a normal girl that she had always hidden in her heart and did not show. 2 red clouds flew up on her face. She gently kicked away a small stone at her feet. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, "Husband." She was originally used to calling him that, but now that she said it again, it had a new meaning. Sun Lang also smiled. For a moment, he had the impulse to hug the person in front of him. But in the end, he had a strong mind and strong control of his Qilin arm. He finally stopped the hand that wanted to open the floodgate. Shui Baochai seemed to have felt Sun Lang's action. She looked at her husband's awkward and helpless expression and helplessly smiled. Then, she stretched out her white and slender hand. Sun Lang was puzzled. Big Sister Bao crisply said, "Pinky promise." This usually mature, generous, elegant, and rational girl, when she threw a tantrum, was really childish to the limit. Sun Lang was stunned for a moment and helplessly said, "Oh, if it was just a little finger, there shouldn't be too much of a problem, right?" He hesitantly stretched out his hand and was still not at ease. He repeatedly reminded her, "Remember to circulate your qi and urge the Imperial Army. Don't treat it lightly, huh? Let me tell you, I've seen too many people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But there are people who don't believe in heresy." Shui Baochai said with a smile that was not a smile, "How many people don't believe in heresy?" Sun Lang used his empty left hand to cover half of his face and coldly said, "Don't tell me you can remember how many steamed buns you've eaten so far?" Big Sister Bao snorted and then hooked her little finger. It was just the skin on their little fingers touching. But the two of them trembled at the same time. Sun Lang was purely shocked, but Big Sister Bao had already been affected by the power of the holy sword. At this moment, an unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks. Sun Lang carefully said, "Are you okay?" Shui Baochai did not answer him. The girl looked at the hooked fingers of the two people. The panic and surprise in her eyes slowly disappeared. Instead, a sacred feeling of ritual arose. "Hooking. It was also a kind of promise," she said softly. "Then let's make a promise. Although I don't know what the bet is, and I don't know what the so-called choice is, but as I said, we are husband and wife. I only want to bear the burden with you, and not always be protected by you. And today, I want you to know that you can do whatever you want. I will make a promise with you." No matter what the answer you get is, no matter what the choice you make is, no matter who you are, no matter what your name is, you are my husband. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. You don't have to feel lost or afraid, because no matter what, I will be by your side. And correspondingly, I also want you to make a promise with me. She looked at the person in front of her seriously and slowly said, I want you to promise me that no matter what, you will not punish yourself with other people's mistakes. No matter what, you will live happily every day from now on. Don't wrong yourself, and don't indulge yourself. The Great War of Tianyuan is long over, but I feel that your war is not over yet. I hope it will end soon. Sun Lang was silent for a long time. Then he slowly said, I will try my best. Sister Bao smiled. Good. This is enough. The two looked at each other and smiled. They maintained the hooking gesture. Only two little fingers were intertwined, but between each other, there was a gentle and quiet feeling in their hearts. It was as if at this moment, the two had already hugged each other. Perhaps they both enjoyed the current feeling very much. Wait a minute. Sun Lang blinked and looked at Sister Bao, whose face was rosy and shiny. He carefully said, Is there really no problem? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Shui Baochai blushed and whispered, A poet in the Western continent said that the power of love is great, and this can be overcome with willpower. What kind of person was Sun Lang? At a glance, he could see that the other party did not mean what she said. He had just made pure love, and the pure love energy had been consumed too much. Beep! Energy began to occupy his thinking circuit, so he laughed strangely and said, Is that so? Then how about this move? Just as he was about to activate the power of big body protection, Sister Bao exclaimed and quickly let go of her hand and jumped away. She glared at Sun Lang fiercely. Really? I'm leaving. Sun Lang shouted from behind, You're leaving just like that? What the hell is going on? I still have a lot to say, and you also have a lot to ask, right? Don't you want to know where I come from? Don't you want to know where I know so many dirty stories? Don't you want to know what kind of wonderful arrangement I have made? Sister Bao turned back and smiled. Is this very important? Yes, is it very important? As long as the person in front of her was the person in her memory, what else did it matter? It was not important at all, because from the beginning to the end, she had trusted her husband and believed that he could take care of everything. What she wanted was just knowing companionship. Sun Lang understood this point, and then he was moved. But even if it's not important, why are you running so fast? We have just been honest with each other, and we should develop our relationship. Now is a good time to talk to each other. Let's find a place to sit side by side, and I'll tell you the story of Earth. Isn't that wonderful? Masaka. Sun Lang looked at Sister Bao's slightly hurried back, and a light flashed in his mind. Like Detective Conan, he suddenly raised his head. There was only one truth. He shouted, Are you going back to take a shower and change your clothes? Shui Baochai's back suddenly froze in place. A moment later, a huge stone fiercely smashed over. Lecher! Sun Lang raised his hand and lightly tapped the stone, causing it to shatter into fine powder. He smiled and took a deep breath, feeling relaxed and happy. Being honest with each other made him feel much more relaxed, and the slightly fragrant and mysterious aura in the air made him feel as if he had done something perverted. Of course, he also understood Sister Bao's meaning. She meant that a bowl of water should be equal. Since he had told Shui Baochai about this matter, he couldn't not tell Lin Daiyu, and since Shui Kai told him first, Dong Yu should be more. It's probably a similar consideration, Sun Lang thought to himself. Of course, he still felt that Sister Bao was actually busy going back to take a shower and change her clothes. In short, that's it. I've made it clear enough. I said, you should say something. Squeak. This was probably Lin Daiyu's reaction after hearing about this matter. Sun Lang's expression was very subtle. Aren't you surprised? Your reaction is a bit embarrassing for me. I'm a transmigrator, and I might be the first visitor from Earth on this planet in thousands of years. I'm different from those flirtatious sky demon, aren't you shocked? Lin Daiyu frowned, looked at Sun Lang, and asked abruptly, when we first met, what was the first thing you said to me? That was a bit long ago. Let me think. Oh, at that time we were staring at each other, and neither of us said anything. The atmosphere was awkward, and then I raised my hand to greet you, and said hi to you, and then you ignored me. Lin Daiyu nodded, and then asked Sun Lang about the military and martial arts, and Sun Lang answered fluently. Finally, Sister Lin looked at Sun Lang and said crisply, "Virgin." Sun Lang said angrily, "What did you say?" "Looks like it's the real person," Lin Daiyu concluded, "as long as it's my brother." Sun Lang still felt very subtle. "Aren't you shocked? Because there was such a ridiculous speculation in the past, and my brother's reaction was really strange. As for the shock," Lin Daiyu glanced at Sun Lang, "Shui Baochai and I have been widows for you for 2 years, and then we suddenly found out that you were still alive, and you could even accept that kind of thing. This is actually nothing." Sun Lang's expression became more subtle. "I tried so hard to hide it for a long time, so that you wouldn't be shocked after knowing the truth. Why are you so calm?" Lin Daiyu smiled. "My brother is so good to me. Do you want a hug?" "Forget it." In Lin Daiyu's room, Sun Lang sat at the table, and Sister Lin came over with a smile and poured a cup of tea for Sun Lang. "But in another world, there is someone who looks exactly like Jia Ying. Is there anyone who looks exactly like me in your world?" Sun Lang shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I'm almost the same as Jia Ying, and the star embedding method didn't gather Jia Ying's soul, but summon me, which means that there may be some kind of magical connection between me and him, or maybe all of this is just a coincidence." He sighed. "Who knows, these are not important. What's important is that Jia Ying is dead, and I am Sun Lang. I am here." Sister Lin held her chin with her hand, and was silent for a moment and said softly, "But the problem is, Shui Baochai and I can accept it easily, but grandmother, brother, do you have any plans?" When she mentioned this, Sun Lang's expression changed, and he asked, "By the way, I forgot to ask Sister Baochai, have you seen grandmother?" Speaking of this, Sister Lin's little face showed a rare look of worry. "No, I don't know how to tell her about Wang Shifeng." Shui Baochai meant to keep it a secret for the time being, and tell her slowly, little by little. "After all, grandmother is old," Sun Lang nodded. "I will deal with these things as soon as possible, don't worry." Sister Lin smiled back at him. "Of course I don't worry." Looking at Lin Daiyu's smiling face, and thinking about the old madam, Sun Lang suddenly felt uneasy, as if he had neglected something. This feeling flashed by. He frowned, and just as he was about to think carefully, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside, coming from afar. After Lin Daiyu heard it, she immediately got up. "Brother, can you hide first?" Sun Lang shook his head. "No, it's Sister Baochai, alone." And judging from the sound of the footsteps, her walking posture was very natural. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Daiyu went to open it. It was indeed Shui Baochai. Sun Lang looked over and saw that Sister Baochai had changed her clothes, but judging from the skin on her face, she didn't take a bath, and probably just wiped her body. What happened? After Shui Baochai came in and saw Sun Lang, her face was slightly red, and then she said concisely, "Something happened again." Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. "What?" "Mrs. Xing is dead." "Who is that?" Chapter 8:14. Who is that? When Sun Lang asked this question, he reacted on his own. Information about this Madame Xing appeared in his mind. She was the first madam of the Ronghua household. She was Jia Ying's aunt and the Dowager Duchess's eldest daughter-in-law. She was not the first wife. After the first wife died, Jia Ying's eldest uncle remarried. She was from a small family, and did not have much ability. Her position in the Rongwa household was very awkward because the Dowager Duchess had surpassed her and given the power to make decisions to the women of the third generation, led by Wang Shifeng and Xue Baochai. It was like the Queen of England, who had entered the finals, suddenly announcing that she intended to pass the throne directly to her grandson, William, and not Charles, who had been the crown prince for more than 60 years. It was infuriating to think that there was a 60-year-old crown prince in the world. Furthermore, in the end, he did not want to play anymore. However, this was not the most important point. The most important point was that Wang Mama, the one who claimed that she had a part to play in Jia Ying's running away, was Madame Xing's servant. At that time, Wang Mama was not tactful. When she begged for mercy, every word she said poked at Sun Lang's sore spot. Then, of course, she was torn to pieces by the angry Sun Lang. Originally, with Sun Lang's personality, he was bound to investigate this matter to the end. Although Wang Mama was dead, Madame Xing might know something. He did not mind dragging the first madam of the Rongwa household out to do something. After all, this concerned the origin of his transmigration. It was enough for him to ignore it. However, Sun Lang, who was in a rage, was forced to calm down by Xue Baochai's shout. At least, he did not expand the scope of his attack. After that, many things happened one after another. There were too many things for the eye to take in. The imperial envoy, the Wang family, Jia Su, the chain of plots, the Prince Zongshuan household, and the person behind the Prince Zongshuan household. The enemy behind the scenes gradually surfaced. Madame Xing was not important. But now she was dead? When Sun Lang heard this news, the first thing that came to his mind was astonishment. How dare she kill someone in the Rongwa household? Although it seems to be an unimportant person. Xue Baochai asked, "Who are you talking about?" Sun Lang replied, "Enemy. A real enemy. This doesn't seem like something it would do." Lin Daiyu didn't understand the riddle. Before Sun Lang could tell her about the recent arrangements, Lin Daiyu stood up and said, "We'll know who killed him when we go and see." Sun Lang seemed to be lost in thought. He nodded and said, "That makes sense. Go and take a look. Be careful. I'll protect you in secret." Although Lin and Xue were both daughters of rich families, they had been trained in the army. Since it was an important matter, they were naturally in a hurry. They immediately went out, and Sun Lang followed them secretly. Lin Daiyu and Baochai rushed all the way to Madame Wang's courtyard. Along the way, they met many maids and servants. They were all shocked and avoided them. Obviously, they already knew something. After all, this was not like the time in the East Garden. There were fewer people in the East Garden, so it took a while for Wang Zixing's body to be seen by a maid who came out to relax. After she screamed and fainted, it attracted other people's attention. Madame Wang's courtyard was in the back of the house, which was the residential area of the Rongwa household. There were people living in the front, back, left, and right of the courtyard. There were also many maids and servants serving in the courtyard. Basically, everyone could hear her if she shouted. When Sun Lang saw this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He moved, paying attention to the changes in the atmosphere around him, and quietly rushed to Madame Wang's courtyard. When he got close, he heard faint crying and sobbing. After Xue Baochai heard the news, she went to find Lin Daiyu first, so the two of them arrived later. Tanchun was the first to arrive. At this time, she had already sent people to seal off the courtyard to prevent people from entering and leaving. Now, third young lady was questioning the witnesses, but her face was full of fatigue and helplessness. She could understand her feelings. After all, one wave came after another. This time, someone from her own household died, and the person who died was Madame Xing, an elder of high status. It was one disaster after another. Lin Daiyu and Xue Baochai hurried in. Tanchun greeted her sister-in-law with a sad look on her face. Even though Madame Xing was usually not very likable, she was still an elder. She was the widow of eldest uncle. Now, she was gone just like that. Her life was taken in broad daylight. Xue Baochai went forward to hold her hand and comforted her. Lin Daiyu was not so understanding. She looked at the maids in the courtyard and asked, "Who found the body?" One of them said with fear, "Young mistress, it's me, when?" "About the time to drink a cup of tea." Lin Daiyu asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, the maid's education level was low, and she was scared out of her wits. It was very difficult to listen to her. The more Sister Lin asked, the more impatient she became. Finally, she waved her hand, pushed open the door, and stepped in. There was nothing strange in the main hall. When she turned into the bedroom, Sun Lang was already standing inside. Lin Daiyu walked over quietly and stood side by side with Sun Lang. Then, she saw a person lying on the bed. Madame Xing, according to seniority, was Lin Daiyu's aunt. At this time, her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was slightly open. She had a painful expression and a look of disbelief. She was lying on the bed with her face facing the sky. There was a short arrow in her chest. Blood had soaked the bedding under her body, and there was even black blood that had coagulated on the ground. Sun Lang closed her eyes and said, "There are no traces of fighting around here." Looking at her, she either died from a very sudden sneak attack or died at the hands of someone very familiar. Lin Daiyu whispered, "This weapon, is it a sleeve arrow?" "Yes, it is very cunning. The murderer is trying to hide the traces of the attack. The other party seems to know that I can determine the murderer's gender, body shape, and martial arts strength from the traces. Therefore, they deliberately reduced the number of variables in this murder." Sun Lang pointed at the bedding under Madame Wang. "However, no trace is the biggest clue, and no clue is the biggest clue. First, although the sleeve arrow is useful and uses mechanical power to kill, it will not leave any evidence of martial art. However, the topic is back to the competition of mechanical power in the past few decades. Mechanical power, guns, and artillery. Why can these things that rely on external forces be unable to defeat real martial artists? It is very simple. Although it is easy to rely on external forces, they are rigid and can only bully ordinary martial artists at most." He pointed at his own chest. "Madame Xing has practiced martial arts before. Even though it's not very good, she still has some skills. Even if she was caught off guard by an arrow shot from a sleeve, her body would have automatically evaded the arrow the moment she was hit. This is the instinct of a martial artist. However, she didn't. Although the location of the arrow was in the heart, which is enough to instantly kill an ordinary person, a martial artist's vitality is vigorous and their body is strong. Even if they suffered such a fatal injury, they would at least have the strength to struggle for a while. Therefore, under normal circumstances, her death should have been very miserable and unsightly. Before she died, she must have experienced a lot of pain. This is obvious from her eyes and expression. However, the bedding under her body was very neat, not messy at all, and there were no traces of blood on the ground. Most importantly, her clothes were also very neat, without a single wrinkle or mess. In other words, no matter where she died, although she felt pain before she died, she did not struggle. Lin Daiyu said, "Was it anesthetic or acupuncture?" Sun Lang reached out and made a cut on Madame Xing's arm. He picked up a bit of blood with his fingernail and put it in front of his nose to smell it. "It doesn't seem like anesthetic. Then it was probably acupuncture." He waved his hand and said, "Take off her clothes. You know where I want to look." Lin Daiyu looked at him and seemed a little surprised. "Brother, you have become a gentleman? What are you talking about?" "I have always been a gentleman," Sun Lang said indifferently. "Except for bitches, I respect all women, regardless of whether they are dead or alive." It was indeed so. After the awakening of the great protection power, Sun Lang tried his best to keep a distance from all women instead of giving up on himself and fooling around with them. Even when he wanted to experiment on how to suppress the great protection power, He only searched the streets of the fog city in the country of acute gold for those women who did not look too decent. After sending them to heaven, he left them a lot of money and even persuaded them to turn over a new leaf. Even though he was so humane, he still got the nickname of the Ripper. The world was really stupid and ridiculous. Lin Daiyu thought about it and was actually speechless. She went forward and unbuttoned a few buttons on Madame Xing's collar and pulled her clothes up to her shoulders, revealing her fair skin. She then pulled up her sleeves and lifted her top to her navel. Then she said, "Done." Sun Lang went forward and reached out his hand to touch a few acupuncture points on Madame Xing's body. Then his expression changed slightly and he snorted coldly. "Interesting." Sister Lin asked, "What's wrong?" "These acupuncture points have been specially frozen with ice cubes." Sun Lang withdrew his hand. He is really unscrupulous and has considered everything. Lin Daiyu also felt that it was tricky. This is a bit troublesome. It is indeed a bit troublesome. Although no clue is the biggest clue, the murderer has considered everything. This means that he knows me very well. Sun Lang murmured. But I always like to think one step further. Since he knew that I would pay attention to these details, why didn't he beat me at my own game and just fill in the loopholes? Is this a demonstration to me or some kind of cover-up? Lin Daiyu was confused. What? Sun Lang was just about to explain when his expression changed. He said in a low voice, "The real trouble is coming." While Lin Daiyu was still scratching her head, she heard an angry voice coming from outside. "What? Even I can't enter this place?" Sister Lin's expression also changed. This was because, theoretically, the person outside could freely enter and exit any place in Ronggua Mansion. This was because she was the person with the highest authority in Ronggua Mansion, the head of the entire Jia family, the only surviving ancestor of that generation, and the common elder of both Rong and Ning mansions. Matriarch Shi. Chapter 8:15. Matriarch Shi. Jia Ying and Jia Tanchuan's grandmother, Lin Daiyu's grandmother, the head of the Rong and Ning families. Even in Jinling, she could be said to be of great age and virtue. Her seniority and prestige were very high, and she was respected by everyone. For the Ronggua family, she was the sky for many people. Although she was old, she was the stabilizing force of the family. When 3 generations of men from the Ronggua family died on the battlefield, the huge Ronggua family could only be led by a woman. This was often a sign of decline for any aristocratic family. But the matriarch took on everything. From the death of 3 generations of men many years ago, to Jia Ying leaving 11 years ago, to the barren mountain 2 years ago, when people's hearts were in turmoil, it was always this respectable old woman who took on everything. Therefore, her status and prestige in the Ronggua family was needless to say. But she was really old. One after another, unforeseen events kept hitting this old woman. Her husband died on the battlefield, her son died on the battlefield, and her grandson died on the battlefield. For more than a decade, similar events had occurred 3 times. She turned the tide every time and controlled the situation every time. But everyone realized that the matriarch was still constantly aging. No one knew how long she could hold on, just like no one knew how many holes were in the heart under that kind face. No one dared to explore, no one dared to try. Moreover, the matriarch was still sick in bed recently. Therefore, even though many things had happened, such as Wang Shifeng's disappearance, Wang Zixing's death in the East Garden, the Wang family's visit, and now Madame Xing's death, no one had thought of using this matter to disturb the old madam. If the old madam was frightened and something happened to her, no one could bear the responsibility. But now she was here. In the room, Lin Daiyu and Sun Lang looked at each other. Sun Lang could see the panic and worry in Sister Lin's eyes. This time was different from Wang Zixing's. Wang Zixing died in the East Garden. There were not many people, so the news could be blocked and the matter could be hidden. But this time was different. The murder happened in the backyard, so the news spread very quickly. Lin Daiyu whispered, "What should we do?" Before Sun Lang could answer, old Madam shouted angrily again, "Get out of the way!" Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of a body falling to the ground. Although the old lady was old, her martial arts skills were still there. In just a moment, she had already forced her way into the courtyard. Then, Madame Dowager's surprised voice was heard. "Baochai, why are you here?" Shui Baochai first greeted her, and then said helplessly, "Grandma, it's a long story. I heard that you were sick, so I rushed back in the middle of the night. I encountered many things, so I didn't have the chance to greet you," the old lady said. "What is it? Also, what happened to your aunt?" Shui Baochai sighed and said, "Grandma, the answer was already very obvious." Old Madam left Shui Baochai and rushed into the room in two-step. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Lin Daiyu panicked. Turning her head to look, Sun Lang had already disappeared without a trace. She curled her lips and said something in a low voice. When she looked up, old Madam had already stepped in. Seeing her beloved granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law, old Madame Dowager's expression softened. She wanted to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, they were immediately blocked, because she saw the body on the bed. It was her daughter-in-law. Old Madame Dowager's body swayed. Lin Daiyu rushed up and supported her grandmother. She whispered, "You'd better go back and rest. It's enough to have us here. Grandma, you can't be too sad." Old Madame Dowager took a deep breath. Her eyes were a little wet, but she still didn't cry. She stared blankly at the body on the bed and slowly approached. She whispered, "I don't like this daughter-in-law very much. Not to mention that she's a second wife, she's from a small family. She's greedy and doesn't do things well. Not only do I look down on her, but I'm afraid that you, the younger generation, and even the servants in the mansion, won't like her. But she's my daughter-in-law after all. When I see her, I think of my son, Dalong and Erlang. I think of them going out fully dressed and coming back in a coffin. I don't have a son, and now I don't even have a daughter-in-law. What's going on? How did she die?" Shui Baochai and the others hurriedly followed in. They surrounded old Madame Dowager and blocked Madame Xing's body. Shui Baochai advised, "Grandma, you're not in good health. Go back first. We'll go and report this to the officials. We must investigate this matter clearly and avenge Aunt." Old Madame Dowager didn't seem to hear her words. She looked blankly at the people around her. Lin Daiyu's, Shui Baochai's, Jia Tanchuan's, and one person was missing. Madame Xing was the daughter-in-law she didn't like, but she was very satisfied with Madame Xing's daughter-in-law. She even entrusted the family's heavy responsibility to her and regarded her as her most capable assistant. She asked, "Where's Feng Er? Where's Feng Er? Her mother-in-law is gone. Why isn't she here?" Everyone's expression changed at the same time, and they secretly complained in their hearts. Wang Shifeng had long disappeared without a trace. She was suspected of killing her brother. Many people were looking for her, and even the whole Jinling was abuzz with the news. This was the first thing that everyone hid. Shui Baochai bit her lips and decided to muddle through first. She whispered, "Sister Feng went to report this to the officials." "No!" Old Madame Dowager said loudly, "How can she go to the officials personally? I've long felt that something was wrong. Today, I even asked Yuanyang why Feng Er didn't come to visit me. She usually comes here several times a day. Where did she go?" Just as Jia Tanchun wanted to speak, she was fiercely glared at by the old madam. The old madam then turned to Lin Daiyu. "Pinner, you say it? You usually don't lie. Tell me, where did your sister Feng go?" At this moment, Jia Tanchun suddenly knelt down and said, "Grandmother, don't make things difficult for my two sisters-in-law. They just came back and don't know the cause and effect of many things. Granddaughter should say it." Old Madame Dowager took a deep breath and slowly said, "Say it." Tanchun lowered her head and gritted her teeth. "Grandmother, please report that Sister Feng has gone missing. The Wang family suspects that Sister Feng killed her brother, Wang Ren. Sister Feng went missing at the same time, so it's not clear. These words were very skillful. She avoided the important points and dwelled on the trivial. She only talked about Wang Shifeng's situation and hinted that she was persecuted and wronged. She didn't mention Wang Shifeng's suspicion of spreading the news of the old madam's illness all over the city. With such quick wit, Tanchun could be considered very amazing. When old Madame Dowager heard this, she asked anxiously, "Then have you sent people to look for her?" "Yes, we have mobilized all the forces that can be mobilized. The Wang family is also looking for her, but there are no clues." Jia Tanchun said in a low voice, "Grandmother, don't worry. Since my 2 sisters-in-law have come back, they will help to settle everything." Old Madame Dowager's expression eased slightly and sighed. Did the Wang family send people to make trouble? Shui Baochai nodded and said, "Yes, granddaughter-in-law blocked them." The old woman was silent for a moment and then said, "Not good, not good. You child, soft on the outside but hard on the inside. You must have offended someone. They said that Feng girl killed her brother. Do they have any evidence?" Jia Tanchun said softly, "There are some." "Then that's it. The Wang family cares about their face. If they don't have any evidence, how would they dare to come and make trouble?" "Wait." Old Madame Dowager frowned. "Wang Ren? I remember that Wang Ren is just a useless playboy. His sister killing his brother is a scandal between the 2 families. The Wang family cares about their face so much, why would they come and make a big fuss, to the extent that they need you, Baochai, to block them?" The older the ginger, the spicier it was. The girls' expressions changed again. Old Madame Dowager had watched these girls grow up. Their cleverness was still not enough to look at in front of her. She only needed a moment of change in their expressions to detect the strangeness of the matter. Her voice became colder. "What's going on? What are you hiding? Why, you think that your wings have hardened and you think that I'm old, that I'm about to die, that I'm already muddle-headed and useless, so you're raising me as an old and muddle-headed person." These words were too harsh, and they all lowered their heads. The anger in old Madame Dowager's words became more and more intense. "Are you going to say it or not? If you're not going to say it, I'll go out and find someone to ask. If you insist on hiding it, just kill me with one palm." Tanchun hurriedly hugged old Madame Dowager's legs. Her voice already had a sobbing tone as she said, "It's not that granddaughter doesn't want to speak frankly, but this matter is too troublesome and I don't dare to disturb Grandma. Grandma, the Wang family indeed didn't come for Wang Ren's death. It's because the acting head of the Wang family, Wang Zixing, mysteriously died in our family's East Garden." Old Madame Dowager's body swayed again and leaned back. Shui Baochai hurriedly supported her. Old Madame Dowager's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. She looked at the few girls in front of her and her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something. However, with a "was" sound, she spat out a large mouthful of blood. This unforeseen event happened very quickly. When old Madame Dowager spat out blood, time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Jia Tanchuan's cries made Shui Baochai's face turn pale. Someone rushed in from outside, but Lin Daiyu rushed out. Old Madame Dowager's personal maid, Yuan Yang, took out a medicinal pill from her bosom. Younger sister Lin shouted outside to call for a doctor. Meanwhile, Shui Baochai hugged old Madame Dowager and slowly sat down on the ground. Sun Lang, who was secretly watching all of this, almost couldn't control his emotions. He felt his blood boil for a long time. At that moment, he had the urge to rush out. However, he couldn't. The elderly must avoid great joy and great sorrow, especially in this kind of situation. Old Madame Dowager had spat out blood because of great sorrow. Then, when she saw her grandson coming back, if she were to be overjoyed, her entire life would probably be gone. There was another point: it was useless for him to come out. He couldn't hold her hand, check on her injuries, or help her heal. Therefore, Sun Lang could only watch all of this quietly. He couldn't do anything. He was powerless. This kind of feeling hadn't appeared for a long time, however. He still calmed down and softly transmitted his voice. Don't panic. She's fine. Press on her Yuzhen acupoint and use the method I taught you to raise your vital qi. The house was in a mess. Everyone was busy, as if the sky had collapsed. However, even Sun Lang didn't notice that old Madame Dowager, who was being treated, had fallen into Xue Baochai's arms. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at everything around her. She didn't pay attention to Jia Tanchuan's call, nor did she cooperate with Xue Baochai's inner breath. She didn't eat the medicine Yuan Yang handed over. She only looked around. Her slightly opened eyes revealed an indescribable expectation. It was as if she was waiting for someone to appear. It was as if she was waiting with her entire soul. However, what she was waiting for didn't happen. Therefore, her eyes gradually turned cold. From expectation to disappointment, from disappointment to pain, from pain to hatred, from hatred to killing intent. Chapter 8:16. The old lady vomited blood and fainted out of anger. For the Rongwa mansion, it was a big deal. The girls stayed by the bed, and all the famous doctors in the city were invited. The sky gradually darkened, and lights were lit in the manor. People came and went in silence. Doctors with medicine boxes and medicine boys came and left. Everyone, whether it was the doctors or the people in the manor, had grave expressions on their faces. In the night, Sun Lang stood on the wall. He hid in the darkness and watched everything silently. He saw Xue Baochai walk out of the room. Her picturesque face was surrounded by lingering haze. Sister Bao walked into the darkness. Sun Lang followed her silently. In a dark corner, he landed beside his nominal wife and said lightly, "I'm sorry. I haven't been able to give you a hug since we met again." Xue Baochai forced a smile and said in a low voice, "Something like a slow-acting poison in Grandma's body. It's acting up faster. The doctors can't do anything about her coma, and they don't even know the reason. I don't know medicine, but I can see that the true qi in her body is out of control in a strange way. But I can't stop it. I can't touch her, or it will make things worse." Sun Lang sighed and continued, "Then we can only put our hopes on the doctors. The doctors in Jinling are limited. There are no real great doctors here, but we do." Xue Baochai said, "Lu Shuzhen, Master Lu, is proficient in medicine. When I was in Mingzhou a few days ago, I saw her writing a medical book called Medicine. She must be very confident." She looked at Sun Lang with expectation and worry in her eyes. "Are you going to bring her here?" Jinling was across half of the empire from Mingzhou. The fastest way to get there was Sun Lang's seraph. In fact, he had brought Jia Sherdao, Lin Daiyu, and Xue Baochai to Jinling in the fastest way. Of course, he could also bring Lu Shuzhen to Jinling in the same way. Sun Lang looked down and said lightly, "Let me think. Let me think." Xue Baochai did not say anything, nor did she urge him. This meant that Sun Lang would have to leave Jinling for a long time. Even with the Blazing Angel's speed, it would take at least half a day for him to make a round trip to Mingzhou. With Sun Lang's suspicious personality, he would definitely consider whether this was a trick of the enemy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The two of them stood facing each other. After a long silence, Xue Baochai said softly, "You always have your own plans. You always think things through carefully. Men are in charge of external affairs while women are in charge of domestic affairs. This kind of thing is supposed to be decided by you, so I just want to say something to you." Sun Lang asked, "What?" Sister Bao looked at him and said calmly, "You don't have to feel any pressure or responsibility. Do as you wish. We will support all your decisions and accept all the results. You don't owe the Rongwa family anything. On the contrary, the Rongwa family owes you a lot. If you hadn't appeared in this world when Jia Ying died, the Rongwa family wouldn't have had 6 years of glory. Instead, they would have lost their last bloodline. The situation would be far worse than it is today. So, do you understand? You have to think more about yourself in everything. You have done enough for the Jia family. You have sacrificed enough for the Jia family. Sun Lang listened calmly and smiled in the end. Does this count as a girl helping her husband? Xue Baochai looked at him and smiled. This is called following your husband after marriage. You are Sun Lang. Naturally, I have to plan for you instead of putting the family first. Sun Lang nodded. Thank you. Fortunately, I told you the truth before this. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. If Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu didn't know the inside story, they would have forced Sun Lang to bring Lu Shuzhen here quickly after the Dowager Duchess fell ill. If Sun Lang showed a trace of refusal, it would have caused a quarrel and even a rift between the two sides. This would have made Sun Lang even more furious. Xue Baochai snorted with a look that said, "This is the meaning of being honest with each other. Being able to support each other. Many misunderstandings and gaps are due to a lack of communication. More than half of the world's problems originate from this. You call yourself a master of the art of war, but you don't even know this?" Sun Lang shook his head. Those closely involved cannot see clearly. How could it be so easy to see through? But you should understand now. So, do it without worry. In Jinling, you are not fighting alone. Pin your good brother, and I all know your secrets. We know your past, we know the pain you bear, and we know the future you face. No matter what happens, as long as it is your decision, we will calmly accept it because in our hearts, you are the most important. Xue Baochai said softly, "So, do it without worry." Sun Lang grunted. "I understand, don't worry. I've always been at ease." Sister Bao smiled. "Then go. Before that, I want to give you something." Sun Lang pointed at the sword in Xue Baochai's hand. "Give me the sword." Madame Xing had been assassinated and the Dowager Duchess had fainted. The situation in the Rongwa Manor had reached its most tense moment. The entire manor had implemented the highest level of martial law. Even when entering and exiting the Dowager Duchess's room, Xue Baochai and the others carried weapons in case of an emergency. Now, she had a sword of extraordinary quality tied to her waist. Hearing this, Sister Bao untied the sword in her hand and handed it to Sun Lang, sheathed and all. After handing over the sword, Xue Baochai felt her vision blur. Sun Lang had already unsheathed the sword. The tip of the sword did not give off any sword light, nor did it make any sound. However, in Sister Bao's eyes, when the sword was in Sun Lang's hand, it seemed to have a spirit of its own. Although the sword was made by a famous craftsman, it was only a treasure among ordinary metals. In terms of sharpness and power, it naturally could not be compared to the imperial armies. However, when it was in Sun Lang's hands, everything was different. This was because the wielder of the sword was the strongest sword saint in the world. Even if it was the crudest metal sword, in the hands of a true expert, it could unleash a terrifying power that could destroy gold and break jade. Sun Lang shook the sword. Then, the slender and tough body of the sword softened and came out of the sword guard. The blade of the sword even turned into something similar to liquid. It was a flowing metal that was controlled by an invisible force, reshaping its shape in the air, and even changing its volume. Sun Lang held the hilt of the sword in his right hand and the scabbard in his left. At this moment, his hands loosened, and the hilt and scabbard also floated in the air. Then, he waved his hand, and the soil in the garden not far away slowly rose. Some tiny particles floated up from the soil. They did not look like soil, but something else. Those particles flew over quickly and merged into the liquefied blade, into the slots of the sword guard, and even into the scabbard. The stream of metal that the blade of the sword had turned into was like a river that crossed the void. It floated in the air, flowing, twisting, and finally turned back into the shape of a sword. It was exactly the same as before. However, Xue Baochai knew that this sword was no longer the same as before. But what was the point of this? Turning an ordinary sword into a rare divine weapon. Although it was a dazzling power, no matter how sharp the metal was, it could not be compared to the Imperial army. If she were to encounter a fierce battle, she would definitely summon the Imperial army directly. She would not need this sword. She asked, "What are you doing?" Sun Lang replied, "A container." The blade returned to the sword guard and fell into Sun Lang's hand. He reached out and touched the blade. Then, a slight but terrifying change appeared on the sword. It finally could not help but let out a faint trembling sound. Then, it disappeared without a trace. Sun Lang had returned the sword to the scabbard as quickly as possible. Then, he returned the sword to Xue Baochai. Sister Bao took the sword, and her expression immediately changed. As a high-ranking general of the empire, she was also in charge of the powerful imperial army. It was because of this that she knew what was good for her. At this moment, she felt that she was holding a calm but terrifying sun in her hand. Endless light and heat were bound in a small shell. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What is this?" Sun Lang concisely said, "This is the Gold Glory sacred sword. It had originally merged into Bai Yue's body. He used the last bit of his soul and glory to reforge it. It has substance but is formless. So, if you want to use it, you will need a container that can hold it." Xue Baochai was very smart. She understood at once. "Self-defense." "Yes," Sun Lang said, "although I feel that you will probably not be in danger. Madame Xing's matter reminded me that I cannot place my hopes on the enemy's understanding. In these few days, you and Pin will guard the old madam. Don't go anywhere and don't let your guard down. Although Pin personality is colder than yours, she is a bit naive in some matters. It is easy for her to slack off in unexpected places. You are different, so I will give this sword to you." Sister Bao rolled her eyes. "Are you saying that I appear to be friendly on the surface and treat everyone well, but in my heart, I have never truly trusted anyone and am a heartless woman with a warm and cold face?" Sun Lang smiled slightly. "You trust me, don't you?" Xue Baochai was startled. She reached out and tapped Sun Lang's forehead. "You've progressed quite quickly." Sun Lang withdrew his smile. "So, I'll leave it to you. Since we have already treated each other with sincerity, and you have also made a request of me, I will also make a request of you. For me, the old Madame Sure is an obsession of mine, a beautiful memory of the past. Although the memory is beautiful and the old woman is kind, in the end, it cannot compare to the two of you. I am Sun Lang and not Jiaoying. You are the people I must protect. In my heart, you surpass everything in the Ronggua manner." Sun Lang said in a low voice, "So, no matter when or where, I must first ensure my own safety. You wish for me to live well, but you are the source of my peace, do you understand?" Xue Baochai pursed her lips and smiled. "We? Are you talking about me and Pin? Sun Lang used his finger to scratch his face. "In this kind of situation, let's not talk about other things that spoil the mood." He took 2 steps back. "Then I'll leave first." Xue Baochai unconsciously asked, "What are you going to do?" "Of course, I'm going to have a good contest with an old friend." Chapter 8:17. The moon was high in the sky and the night was getting darker. Old Matriarch Sure vomited blood and fainted. Ronggua Manor was in chaos, but Ningguo Manor, which was next door to Ronggua Manor, was much calmer. It was just that the security was tighter than usual. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, this news was only revealed to a small number of loyal confidants. Therefore, Ningguo Mansion appeared calm on the surface, as if nothing had happened. However, the vigilance in secret was much stronger. In order not to disturb the women, Jia Su rested in the study room. Anyway, the bamboo study room had everything. There was a bedroom and it was quiet, so Duke Ning rested there. Incense was lit in the room, and it was quiet outside. The most elite guards in the residence were standing guard outside. Not even a fly could get in. In the bedroom, Jia Su was lying quietly on the bed, seemingly in a deep sleep. But the next moment, he opened his eyes. There was someone standing by the window, seemingly admiring the scenery outside. However, it was dark outside and he couldn't see anything, so he didn't know what he was admiring. That person said indifferently, "It's about time, right?" Jia Su asked, "About what?" This person was the lobbyist from before, the Mr. who had manipulated King Zhongshuan like a puppet. Jia Su's tone was very normal. It seemed like this person had been here for a long time. That person replied, "Let me tell you what happened just now. Your son came by earlier and heard that you were sleeping, so he didn't disturb you. Do you know what happened? Just this evening, Ronghua Manor's Madame Xing died." Jia Su's eyes darkened. "You killed her?" That person looked back at him and smiled meaningfully. "Of course not." Jia Su's tone turned cold. "Then who was it?" The man smiled and said, "Sun Lang has told you about Madame Ma, right? Sun Lang also told you what Madame Ma was doing in Ronghua Manor, right? This kid is very good at lying. He will use 99% of the truth to cover up the slightest lie, so what he said is always correct. Old Madame Ma had already bribed old Madame Wang. At that time, the two of them also acted together. They bumped into Sun Lang and were torn to pieces by him. You must really want to know why Sun Lang is so angry. In fact, there is no other reason than that I ordered Madame Ma to expose Sun Lang's identity. Unfortunately, that kid's actions are faster than his words. He could even infer what Madame Ma was going to say from the trembling of her throat. Oh, that's a bit exaggerated. Anyway, Madame Ma is dead and so is Nanny Wang. Nanny Wang is Madame Xing's personal servant. You know this, right? The meaning behind his words was obvious. Jia Su looked at the man and said coldly, "The way you speak is quite similar to Sun Lang." That person was stunned at first, then sighed and said, "Indeed, a little. I used to be the person who knew him the best and had done a lot of research on him, so I was led away by him." "Wait, what's with that look? Do you think I'm an undercover agent?" Jia Su said faintly, "It does look like it." That person shook his head and sneered, "Are you kidding me? If Sun Lang wanted to deal with you, would he need to go through so much trouble? It's more like I'm an undercover agent hiding on the Emperor's side." Duke Ning said faintly, "That's true. And then?" "And then, this matter alarmed old Madame Shi. You know that the group of girls in Ronghua's mansion had been hiding it from old Madame. Now, they couldn't hide it anymore. Old Madame also found that Wang Shifeng was not around, so Wang Ren's matter couldn't be hidden anymore. Once Wang Ren's matter couldn't be hidden anymore, Wang Wangxing's matter couldn't be hidden anymore. As he said this, he spread out his hands and said, "So when old Madame knew so many things at once, she was anxious and angry. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fell into a coma. What do you think this is called?" Jia Su suddenly sat up and his expression became fierce. "Don't play with fire. Don't worry, I've always done things appropriately. Plus, the matter in Jinling is like dancing on a tightrope. I have to be careful and consider the consequences before doing anything. I've never done such a humiliating job in my life. But when I think about it, His Majesty and the other officials in the imperial court are also humiliated like me. I feel much better." That person looked at Jia Su and waved his hand. "Don't worry, old Madame will be fine." Jia Su said coldly, "You poisoned her." "It's not poison, it's good for her, but there are some side effects." That person smiled and said, "You'll know everything after the truth is out. This is also my agreement with you. Old Madame will be fine, you can rest assured." Jia Su said, "If you really want me to rest assured, you should give me the antidote now." That person shook his head and said, No, I can't do that. It's not that I don't trust you. Think about it, old Madame's body suddenly recovered. Isn't that strange? With Sun Lang's intelligence, he can think of too many things at once. You don't want to alarm him too early in case your son gets involved, right? Jia Su's eyes became colder. Don't look at me like that. I know you don't trust me, but it's okay. I just want to cooperate. Don't trust me. I've been showing my sincerity. For example, I've never planned to involve your good son in this, and I've never touched his brain. The man's smile was still on his face. Let's continue. The old lady's coma is actually not a bad thing, because it allows you to see a person more clearly. Jia Su's expression changed and his tone became calm again. What? That person smiled faintly. Your dear nephew, after his grandmother who doted on him so much vomited blood and fainted, he remained indifferent. He did not show up, nor did he treat her injuries. He did not even plan to do anything. Jia Su sneered and said, You know it again. Yes, of course I know. If you don't believe me, you can ask your son. Your son wanted to tell you this before, but you were resting, so he left. Ah, that's great. The son took the initiative to take over the family business when his father was injured. Seeing Jia Su's expression becoming unfriendly again, that person hurriedly changed his words. So, do you understand now? Sun Lang's feelings toward Ronggua Mansion are very complicated. He has more hatred in his heart because of Jia Sherdao and Shui Baochai, but hatred definitely prevails. At least on this matter, he's very coldly weighing the pros and cons. Old Madame Shi's coma doesn't affect his emotions, because he's not jiaing, so he can make a rational choice. Jia Su asked, What choice? That person pointed at his head and said, Both Rong Mansion and Ning Mansion have found famous doctors to treat old Madame Shi's body, but they still can't do anything. Because they're not capable enough. And coincidentally, Lu Shujian, who was famous in the military back then, is in Mingzhou now. He has a quick-fire device and is very fast. If he wants, he can drive that thing to Mingzhou now and come back tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Jia Su's eyes flashed with gloom. You understand. Obviously, he won't. That person laughed. I guess he won't, at least not tonight, because he doesn't care about old Matriarch Shi's life and death. He has seen too many deaths, he has a big picture, he is cautious, he is suspicious, so he won't act rashly. He is such a person. After experiencing that kind of thing, he has become indifferent to life and death. Jia Su said, You really know him well. Of course. If not, why would things be so troublesome? That person was still smiling. If he wasn't like this, then we would have captured all of his old acquaintances, friends, lovers, and the people from Ronggua Manor. We'll capture as many as we can and use them as bargaining chips to force Sun Lang to sit down and talk. But that won't work. As I said, Sun Lang has lost his mind. It's useless even if we capture all of his old acquaintances and friends. Sun Lang will admit that they're dead. Even if we put them in prison wagons, put a knife to their necks, and ask them to persuade Sun Lang to surrender, Sun Lang would only calmly say sorry, and then kill his old friends first, and then kill everyone in this world. The funniest thing is that he can really kill everyone, as long as he has patience and time. Unfortunately, for him, both are more than enough. At this point, the person's smile finally had a trace of tiredness and headache. Now you should understand why we're so frustrated, right? Jia Su said lightly. You reap what you sow. All right, now that things have come to this, there's no need to be so harsh. The person smiled. You're 70% convinced now and 30% doubtful. But don't worry, we still have time. We can even make a bet. What bet? Bet on Sun Lang's movement tonight, the person said. The man said, The best part is not tonight. Tonight is just the prelude. I bet that he won't go to Mingzhou to find Lu Shuren tonight because he doesn't care about the old madame's life. He will suspect that this is a trap to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so he will release the bait and take advantage of the situation to set up a few cute traps for us. Then what are you going to do? The person snapped his fingers. Play with him. Then he turned around and smiled at Jia Su. You'll be able to watch a good show. Jia Su looked at the mysterious person and said with a complicated tone, but until now I still don't know your real goal. The person smiled. Sometimes ignorance is the greatest happiness. Jia Su scoffed. I don't even know your name. My name? That person thought for a while and shrugged. A name is just a code name. I don't have a name in the first place. I just chose a more suitable name for the convenience of doing things. This name comes from a very powerful person. However, this person is not in this world, so it's fine to use it. He looked at Jia Su and smiled. You can call me Su Qin. Chapter 8:18. Old lady sure vomited blood? Why? In the hiding place, King Zhongshuan frowned. I don't think we did anything. The old servant said lightly. I heard that Madame Xing of the Rongguo residence died. This matter couldn't be hidden from the old lady of the Jia residence. Not only that, but the matter of Wang Ren and Wang Zixing also couldn't be hidden. It's not surprising that the old lady's mood fluctuated after hearing so much fatal news. I see. The young prince smiled proudly. That means our Marshal Jia must be in a terrible fix right now. Haha, that's my dear grandmother we're talking about. But as he laughed, he frowned. Madame Xing. The first madam of the Rongguo residence, the one who remarried? How did she die? We don't seem to have any plans to make a move on her. The old servant nodded. We didn't. Then who could it be? Could it be Sir? It's not his style to act on his own. He would always ask for my permission first. King Zhongshuan pondered. Have you found out what happened? The old servant shook his head. The most we can do is find out what happened. As for the cause of Madame Xing's death, even the Rongguo residence is baffled, let alone us. It's said that the residence was brightly lit and had many guards patrolling. Our spies couldn't get close. King Zhongshuan snorted. It's a pity that Jia Yutsuan can't be relied on anymore. Otherwise we could have asked him as the prefect. But now… Just then, a laugh came from outside. Your Highness, you're a proud son of the heavens. You should look at the big picture when doing things, not at the small details. That's not your job. The cause of Madame Xing's death isn't worth mentioning. What's important is what her death means. King Zhongshuan's face lit up. Sir. A person pushed open the door and entered. The moonlight spilled on the ground, casting a shadow. The man who called himself Su Qin entered with a smile and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. King Zhongshuan hurriedly helped Su Qin up and smiled. You've worked hard, sir. Su Qin said. I'm ashamed, but I didn't disappoint you. I have to congratulate Your Highness. King Zhongshuan was taken aback, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Mr. killed Madame Xing? Su Qin waved his hand and said, No, no, no. The matter of Jinling is of great importance. This Su is only a strategist. How could I dare to go against His Highness' authority and harm people's lives? King Zhongshuan glanced at Su Qin, suppressing his suspicions. He finally knew that the monarch was suspicious, but he shouldn't show it, so he forced a smile. Of course I believe, sir, but if it wasn't sir, and it wasn't this king, then who did it? Su Qin smiled and said, This matter can be investigated later. Just like this Su said before, Wang Yi is of noble birth and has great ambitions. When doing things, you should plan the overall situation and not care about these minor details. Since Su Qin mentioned great ambitions, then it was naturally the ambition to achieve hegemony. When Su Qin said these words, although the young prince had a subtle feeling of your king lecturing me again in his heart, he still put on an expression of obedience. Please enlighten me, sir. Su Qin guided him patiently. Madame Xing's small life isn't worth mentioning, and it doesn't even matter who the murderer is. What's important is that her death was discovered by old Madame Shi, causing her to vomit blood and faint. Then this Su dares to ask your highness, who in Rongwa Manor is the most anxious after such a thing happened. The young prince was stunned at first, then said, if Jia Ying still has a bit of conscience, then the most anxious should be her, followed by Jia Tanchun, Shui Baochai, and those other women. Su Qin nodded. Yes, that's right. But you know, Jia Ying has outstanding military service and is good at scheming. At this time, on the surface, Jia Ying forged a golden imperial edict and had her brother pretend to be an imperial envoy. By swapping Wang Wangxing's corpse, this is killing two birds with one stone, beating the Shi family and Wang family until they can't raise their heads. With such a big advantage, he wanted to follow up with another attack. Under such a good situation, suddenly the bad news of Madame Xing's death and old Madame's coma came. What do you think he will think? Although hearing Ying boast again made King Zhongshuan very unhappy, he still answered honestly. If he wasn't blinded by familial love, he would definitely suspect that this is a trap. Yes, it does seem to be a trap. The doctors in Jinling are helpless against the old lady's coma. There are no real Xinglin miracle hands here, but there are in Mingzhou. According to the intelligence, the national champion Lu Shuren has broken off her relationship with the Heavenly Policy Mansion because of the case of Lu Zhen's demon transformation. She has joined Jia Ying's side and is currently in Mingzhou. King Zhongshuan's eyes lit up. So if Jia Ying is concerned about old Madame Shi's safety, she will definitely invite Lu Shuzhen over. But will he think that this is a trap and fall into a dilemma? Su Qin nodded. Yes, a dilemma. No matter who killed Madame Xing, this is an excellent opportunity. Once Jia Ying leaves Jinling, it means that Rongwa Manor will be completely empty. King Zhongshuan seemed to realize something. He smiled happily. Will he leave? Su Qin smiled. Su Qin also smiled. He is very cunning. After he escaped from the Great Barren Mountain, he didn't show his face for more than 2 years. No matter how much the widows of the Rongwa mansion cried all day, he turned a blind eye to them. The Great Barren Mountain changed him. This can be seen from his actions in the Ming and Qin prefectures. He no longer has any taboos and is no longer a hero. However, he still has family in his heart and a bit of conscience. King Zhongshuan continued, but familial love no longer has an overwhelming advantage. In his heart, rationality will prevail. He knows that this may be a trap, so he won't step into it. Su Qin's smile grew. But there will be people who will force him to go. King Zhongshuan also smiled. Shui Baochai, Lin Daiyu, Jia Shidao and Jia Su. These people think that Jia Ying is still the Jia Ying of the past. The Jia Ying of the past would do anything for his family, but the Jia Ying of the present won't. Once their perception deviates, it will be the beginning of internal strife. Su Qin chuckled. What's more, Jia Su is already on our side. The two of them looked at each other and simultaneously let out the complacent and sinister laughter that belonged to the great villains. They probably felt that this laughter was too villainous. After a few laughs, the two slowly stopped. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. King Zhongshuan broke the silence. So, what should we do? That depends on what Jia Ying wants to do, Su Qin said concisely. Su Qin concisely said, what we can think of, Jia Ying must have thought of as well. We can see that he is in a dilemma right now, and he must understand his own situation. He is not a person who will sit and wait for death. Since he feels that this is a trap with his temperament, he will definitely fight back, King Zhongshuan asked. Beat him at his own game? Yes, according to the intelligence, he has a very fast Li Hua aircraft. It can travel across the sky at an extremely fast speed. Even the birds can't catch up with it. He used it to travel from the Bai Fort to Jin City in one night. It shouldn't take him long to travel from Jin City to Mingzhou City. Su Qin smiled. If I'm not wrong, the aircraft will take off from Rongwa Manor tonight. The young prince wasn't stupid. Is it a bait? Yes, it's a Leaf Fire aircraft. Although it's a strange technique, it has its own merits. As far as I know, the aircraft is most likely sentient and can fly on its own. It doesn't necessarily need a person to control it. I'm guessing that although it will take off tonight, there won't be anyone inside. There's such a thing. King Zhongshuan frowned. Doesn't this mean that Jia Ying can bring Lu Shuzhen here even if he doesn't show up personally? Yes, so that's what we need to do, Su Qin said. Although the aircraft can fly freely, it's still an inanimate object. Even if we designed it so that it can move freely like a robot, it lacks adaptability and its behavior is very rigid. So we need to let Jia Ying know that if he doesn't fly the aircraft himself, we have a way to stop or take it down. Moreover, Jinling is so far away from Mingzhou, and there's also Hanzhou in between. Would he be at ease letting this aircraft fly over the imperial capital? Moreover, he has to bring Lu Shuzhen back. Would he be at ease? King Zhongshuan frowned. But Sir said that the aircraft is extremely fast. Su Qin's expression was indifferent. This matter will be handled by me personally. Your Highness need not worry. The young prince's face lit up. With Sir taking action, there's nothing to lose. Su Qin smiled. Your Highness, don't let your guard down. Attacking the aircraft is just a part of the plan. Jia Ying isn't in the aircraft, so he's obviously set up a trap. He wants to use this as bait to lure us out, so we'll take advantage of this opportunity to tell him something. That is, if he dares to leave Jinling, we'll teach the Rongwa residents a lesson. King Zhongshuan clapped his hands and laughed. Ha! If he doesn't fly the aircraft himself, we'll take down his toy. If he leaves Jinling, we'll teach him a lesson in his backyard. Sir, you're indeed resourceful. Tonight's matter is enough to put Jia Ying in an even more difficult position. Yes, he found out that his plan has failed. Tomorrow, we'll have Jia Su add fuel to the fire and incite the Rongwa residents to force him to invite Lu Shuzhen. Then, we'll have a good show to watch. Su Qin smiled. That's why many wise people like to use open schemes. The sense of accomplishment of setting up a brilliant plan and forcing the enemy to die is amazing. Sir, you're truly my right-hand man. King Zhongshuan bowed. Sir, please give me your orders on what to do during this journey. Sigh, it's a pity that the letters asking for help were only sent out in the afternoon. Even if we were in a hurry, we'd probably only be halfway there. Otherwise, we could have beaten Jia Ying at his own game tonight. But it doesn't matter. He's like a turtle in a jar anyway. We'll follow Sir's plan and play with Jia Ying first. It's not a bad idea to watch him struggle. Chapter 8:19 Rongwa Manor, Old Matriarch's Courtyard. The doctor had just left, leaving behind a secret ancestral medicine that had already been fed to the matriarch. The old matriarch's personal maid was using internal energy to unblock her master's meridians, while Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu stood guard outside. Lin Daiyu said in a low voice, "Why won't you let me go?" Xue Baochai calmly said, "Sister Yuanyang is slightly older than us. She has been serving the old matriarch in the manor all these years, so her state of mind is calm and she has more time to cultivate, so her internal energy is stronger than ours. She is also the matriarch's personal disciple, so her internal energy is the same. As for us, we were born in the army and are skilled at killing, so we need to preserve our energy and be responsible for protecting her. After all, although Sister Yuanyang's internal energy is stronger than ours, she is inferior to us in terms of actual combat." Lin Daiyu snorted. "She really has a lot of thoughts." Xue Baochai only smiled. "These are troubled times, so we have to be careful." Just as Sun Lang had said, she was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. Although she appeared to be friendly, her heart was extremely calm and clear. She would not easily trust anyone. Moreover, her husband told her to be careful, so she was even more careful. So after separating from Sun Lang, she did not continue to circulate her energy to heal the matriarch. Not only that, she also dissuaded Lin Dayu. Her husband told them to be careful, and danger could come from any time and any place. Circulating energy to heal was when a martial artist was least prepared. She had to do her best to minimize all the variables and potential dangers. If something were to happen, she gripped the long sword in her hand tightly, and a steady stream of heat came from her palm. Even through the scabbard, she could feel the incomparably sharp aura of the metal sword. She was a martial artist of the Imperial Army. It was enough for her to feel the power of the weapon in her hand. Once it was unsheathed, it would definitely shake the earth and shake the heavens. No wonder my husband gave this sword to me. If it was Pinner, she would definitely sneak off somewhere and pull it out to take a look. For a martial artist, this was an irresistible temptation, but Xue Baochai was able to suppress her martial artist's nature and curiosity. It was only a sword. If she wanted to see it, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, it was better to be a bit more steady. After all, my husband trusts me, she thought to herself, and then a slight but enchanting smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Lin Dayu suddenly nudged her with her elbow. "Hey, are you in heat? It's inappropriate for you to show such an expression now. Hurry up and wipe your saliva off." Xue Baochai subconsciously touched her mouth, and then looked at her reproachfully. "What are you saying?" Lin Dayu snorted and pouted slightly, looking a little jealous. "It's strange. My brother used to like me more. I'm so obedient and sensible. Why did he value you more after you got angry with him? It's so unfair. Is this what they call a crying child gets milk?" Hearing her say this, Xue Baochai remembered how she had cried and yelled at Sun Lang, and her face turned red. At that time, she couldn't help but do such a daring thing. It was really not in line with her usual personality. Thinking about it now, it was really embarrassing. All right, I won't say any more." Lin Dayu snorted again. "Hurry up and tidy up your face. It'll be bad if someone sees you looking like you're in love." Xue Baochai took a few deep breaths and circulated her inner breath to calm herself down. Then, she let out a long breath. "Much better," Lin Dayu said. "If your appearance was seen by my grandmother, you definitely couldn't explain it clearly. Your face is like peaches and plums, and your eyes are full of love. You don't look like a little widow whose husband has died. Wicked girl, I'll tear your mouth off if you say it again." Xue Baochai was a little shy and threatened in a low voice. Then, she seemed to think of something and sighed. "Speaking of which, it's true. Although my grandmother is in a coma, it's not entirely a bad thing. Otherwise, with her eyesight, she may be able to see our changes. In the past, she had mistakenly thought that her husband had died, so she waited silently by herself. Now that her husband had appeared, the future was beautiful. Her mental state in the past and now was absolutely different. Even if she used her superb acting skills to deceive the majority of people, it was difficult to deceive the old madam's eyes. Because the old madam had experienced too many sad things and knew what despair was. And now, as she hoped that her husband could deal with everything as soon as possible, Xue Baochai thought silently. Suddenly, Lin Dayu, who was next to her, straightened up vigilantly. "What's that sound?" Xue Baochai was startled. She gripped the longsword in her hand tightly and listened carefully. A moment later, she frowned slightly. "This sound is a little familiar." It was already late at night. The lights could accurately distinguish class. Night was the night of the rich. The brothels were brightly lit, the pleasure boats were singing and laughing, and the luxurious mansions were filled with music. The people who were busy making a living went to bed early so that they could wake up in the dark the next day. In a dark street, Su Qin stood against the wind, his robes fluttering. He looked at the blazing angel flying into the sky and shook his head with a smile. "I say, isn't this too obvious? Are you planning to tell us that there's a trap here? His helpless smile gradually turned cold. Of course not. I think you always like to play with this kind of illusion and reality. Once no one stops your little toy, this blazing angel will immediately fly to Ming Province, right? The illusion can become real at any time, just like your dog face, it can change at will. So, I definitely can't let you do as you wish. Su Qin's figure suddenly disappeared in the breeze and rushed into the dark sky. His body seemed to have become weightless. Rather than calling him a martial artist, it would be better to call him a strange person from the profound water country. After all, no matter how high a martial artist's Qigong was, they almost couldn't fly freely in the air. If they wanted to fly, they had to rely on the Imperial Army, but he didn't show any signs of using the Imperial Army. He himself was flying very quickly. He silently followed the blazing angel from afar. He followed him all the way to the sky and flew out of Ming Province. The sky was like a curtain, and Jinling below his feet had shrunk into a small square that flickered with fire. Su Qin followed the blazing angel for a while and muttered to himself, "Let's start from here. What's the biggest enemy of aviation? I remember you saying, the first is bad weather." The faint sound of thunder came from the sky. Then, the clouds in the sky gathered. An invisible force was causing the weather to change, intertwining with the rumbling of thunder. Storms, lightning, and a sudden drop in temperature. This was the wrath of nature. It surrounded the greatest masterpiece of the Li-Fire country. Without a pilot to control it, the blazing angel's behavior was extremely rigid. If it was any other blazing angel, they would have a support holy soul and would have a strong sense of autonomy. But Sun Lang's blazing angel didn't have that. Therefore, the blazing angel that was flying like a donkey was disturbed by the weather. The stable body of the blazing angel kept tilting, and the storm that blew at it caused its nose to keep tilting. Su Qin looked at all of this from afar, and the smile on his face became wider and wider. The second enemy is naturally an incoming object, such as a bird, but I have a better choice. Slender icicles floated around him. They were condensed, polished, sharp, sturdy, and fatal. It was said that a bird could destroy an expensive plane? I don't know how sturdy this blazing angel is, and I don't know if your method is effective, but I'll give it a try. It's not my toy anyway. Su Qin showed an excited smile. Then, in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. It was silent, calm, abrupt, and terrifying. A sword energy tore through the sky. It seemed to have appeared here in an instant. Su Qin almost thought that this sword had cut through space, but it wasn't. It was because this sword was too fast. It flew like a meteor, like light and lightning. It arrived in an instant. Under this sword, the thick thunderclouds surrounding the blazing angel collapsed with a bang. And all the lightning and rain didn't disappear. Instead, they froze in the air. In the next moment, Su Qin saw the blazing angel that was flying crookedly turn around and float in the air. It opened its arms, the jet engine on its back reversed, and its two hands reached out with thick black pipe. Then, blazing streams of flame swept 360 degrees at the speed of a volcanic eruption, spraying on the thunderclouds that had gathered around it. At the same time, the incoming sword energy suddenly exploded. Fire, steam, lightning, and the exploding sword energy pushed all of this. The most terrifying power of nature spread out without any hindrance. It was like a magic bomb that raged outwards and blasted in all directions. It produced an indescribable power that engulfed everything. Su Qin had just cursed out the word fuck when he was engulfed by the magic effect. In the flames and lightning, his body suddenly collapsed and dissipated. It was as if the power of nature had torn apart his fragile body in an instant and obliterated all signs of life. The blazing angel hovered in the air for a while. Then, it raised its hand and sprayed streams of flame, drawing an S and a B in the air. The boiling steam remained in the air. After doing all this, the blazing angel turned around and rushed back to Jinling. And on a small mountain outside the city, some kind of strange power was gathering again. Su Qin's face emerged from the shadows. He shook his hand, his graceful face rather haggard. Damn, I was almost caught by the sword energy. Although the visual effect of the move just now was excellent, it was not very lethal to Su Qin. However, the viciousness of this move did not lie in its killing power, but in the sword energy that exploded in all directions. Using the power of fire, steam, and lightning to spread out to the greatest extent, the moment the tiny sword energy came into contact with a physical body, it would be like maggots on the bones of the target. Then, a super violent person who could fight would follow after you, and he would be able to punch you 800 times in a second. You are still so cunning. Unfortunately, you still don't know what this battle is about. Su Qin muttered to himself. He looked at the blazing angel descending from the sky and smacked his lip. Actually, I thought that you were inside the blazing angel, but now it seems that you are not. In other words, the quick-witted strategist gave a subtle sigh. In other words, Your Highness, it seems that you will have to suffer a small loss tonight. But don't worry, because, very soon, you will miss this small setback tonight. Chapter 820. In fact, Su Qin's reaction had been very timely. He had run very quickly. About 2 minutes after he disappeared, the blazing angel who had returned to Jinling returned to the place where the explosion had occurred. The humanoid armor hovered in the air, propelled by the jets. Sun Lang stood at the head of the armor and sensed the power of nature that had yet to dissipate. The high temperature had already dissipated, but the mixed clouds remained where they were. Occasionally, faint sparks of electricity would appear. Sun Lang sensed the darkness before him. A moment later, he indifferently said, as expected. The enemy had not been destroyed but disappeared. Or rather disintegrated. This situation was very familiar. He recalled that day in the Bai clan castle, when a mysterious power had awakened the gold spirit in Bai Yue's body. Sword Spirit Rushu had obtained the power to break free of his shackles and transform into a terrifying monster. When that energy began to travel through the earth toward Bai Yue, Sun Lang immediately sensed the energy fluctuations. Within 3 seconds, an incomparably sharp sword chi soared into the sky and blasted toward the mountain where the energy had risen. Even if the 7 luminaries' sword saint were here, he would not be able to easily block this attack. But this attack still landed on empty air. By the time Sun Lang arrived at the scene, the target had disappeared without a trace except for some torn pieces of cloth. He called upon the power of the earth to restore the scene and came to an unbelievable conclusion. The enemy had not been killed by the sword chi, but had disintegrated on his own. Basically, the situation before him was exactly the same. This can't be a coincidence. Sun Lang sensed his surroundings and compared the scene before. The similarities between the two could explain some problems. The disintegration was so neat. Considering your identity and the mission you have yet to complete, this can only mean one thing. This is not suicide, but escape. You used this method of disintegration to escape. You're not human. And you can revive. But no human had the ability to come and go as they pleased and impossible to guard against. But Sun Lang did not find it troublesome. In his dictionary, there was no such thing as retreat in the face of difficulties. If I can't do anything to you, then why are you running? Moreover, he fled before I arrived. He didn't even dare to provoke me. Sun Lang sneered. This can only mean one thing. That is, when I see you, you can't run away, and I can kill you. Also, I think I know what you are. Sun Lang lightly tapped his feet and jumped up. The blazing angel below opened up in the air, and sucked Sun Lang into it. The gorgeous battle armor then transformed and spun as it dived down in the form of wings, returning to the Jinling government office. Now that I know who you are, let's continue playing. In Jinling City. The magistrate's office was open and aboveboard, and its location was very particular. It was built with dignity in mind, and in order to prevent civil servants from secretly visiting prostitutes, the location of the magistrate's office was very far away from the brothels and red-light districts. It was not in the middle of the city, and in order to practice the principle of being among the masses, it was close to the residential area. Therefore, this place had nothing to do with the hustle and bustle of the city. After night fell, the surroundings were pitch black. Only the 2 lanterns in front of the magistrate's office were always lit, indicating the place of order and the place of governance. Under the cover of the night, a group of mysterious night walkers was slowly approaching the office. Taking advantage of the chaos to attack the death row prison, this was their mission, to kill the Shi brothers and Wang Qi at all costs. This was their mission. If they could take advantage of the chaos to kill Jia Yuzuan, that would be even better. The person who came up with such a brilliant plan was none other than Prince Zhongshan. In order to humiliate Jia Ying and create even more chaos, it could be said that he had put in a lot of effort tonight. He dispatched people, assigned tasks, and even buried a few powerful backup. If it wasn't for the old servant's dissuasion, he would have personally taken command. However, it didn't matter. The daughter of a rich family wouldn't sit under the awning. Moreover, tonight was only the prelude. The reinforcements would arrive tomorrow night at the latest. When the reinforcements arrived, they would join forces with several peerless experts. Even if Jia Ying had wings on her back, she wouldn't be able to fly out of Jinling's sky. At this time, Prince Zhongshuan's carefully selected group of capable people dressed in night clothes quietly approached the Jinling government office. Before they set out, they had already memorized the location of the death row prison, the ventilation system, and the back of the house. They had all memorized it. They also brought powerful poisonous gas and explosive grenade. Although the firearms of the Lihua kingdom were despised by the majority of martial artists, the people who did dirty work liked them very much. For people who didn't have the dignity of martial arts, anything that could kill people was good. So this time they would definitely be able to complete the mission, or so they thought. But they thought too much. One of the night walkers was a grenadier. He was an abandoned disciple of a hidden weapon sect. His skills with hidden weapons were passable, but more importantly, the sect that used hidden weapons was a bit shameless. This guy's level of shamelessness was also outstanding among his fellow sect members. He didn't care about anything that could kill people was good, so most of the explosive grenades and poisonous gas bombs were in his hands. When a fight broke out, he would be responsible for throwing these cute little things where they should be thrown. For example, the vent of the death row prison, the hall of the government office, the office of the 3rd squad of Yamen runners, the back of the prefectural magistrate's house, where he wanted to throw them. He licked his lips and followed his companion in stealth. His fingertips trembled slightly as he lightly ran them across the row of explosive grenades at his waist. The old Harry made things very crudely, just like the surface of this thing. It wasn't smooth at all, but for him, the rough feeling from his fingertips was better than the smooth skin of all the beautiful women in the world. Especially when these iron flowers bloomed, the light and heat, the scattered waves of air, was simply the most gorgeous scenery in the world. Yes, he liked explosions. When he thought of the chaos and death that was about to happen, he liked it very much. But a hand pressed down on his shoulder. He was startled at first, then thought that something was wrong with his companion behind him. He wanted to turn around, but he heard a very familiar sound, a crisp click. He couldn't be more familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the explosive grenade's latch being pulled out from his waist. Then, a voice rang in his ears. When I was playing Far Cry 3, I liked to use this move. He felt a pain in his buttocks as a huge force kicked him forward, towards his companion who didn't feel anything. This hidden weapon abandoned disciple widened his eyes and reached for his waist in horror, but boom! Waves of air swirled in the air, broken pieces scattered in all directions, burning flesh and broken limbs flew in all directions. The explosive light was like lightning, instantly illuminating the area where the government office was. It was like a signal. In a split second, flames ignited, and shouts of killing came from all directions. In front of them, there was the sound of horse hooves, and a group of riders came from afar, led by a man holding an iron spear, shouting loudly. It was the head of the Sure family, Sure Ichuan. His 2 sons were here, and they were going to be attacked tonight. How could he not come? What's more, he was a henchman of Tensei province, and the other party was the prince of Zhongshuan, who had bad intentions. This group of night walkers encountered a tactical sneak attack, and were thrown off their horses by their own grenade throwers. Even if they weren't torn apart by the first round of explosions, they were still badly shaken by the aftershocks. They also didn't receive the firearms training of the Lihua kingdom, so at this moment their ears were roaring and the world was spinning. How could they end up well when they bumped into the hostile cavalry? Even if they wanted to fight back, Sure Ichuan had already raised his spear into the air. At the same time, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from the yamen. 3 groups of yamen runners and various Jianli rushed out, holding torches and bows as they shouted. They shot at anyone in dark clothes. Although these people were not good at fighting, the empire valued martial arts. Those who could be yamen runners all had some strength, so it was easy for them to shoot arrows. Sure family's knights and Jinling's bailiffs cooperated with each other, and the government office was brightly lit, so the attackers couldn't hide at all. Seeing that the enemy was already prepared, it was a huge blow to the morale of the night walkers. Many people had already begun to think of retreating, because the Lord had told them that if they couldn't succeed, they shouldn't continue to fight, but instead, they should create chaos and try to escape. They shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. The leaders of the night walkers were hesitating. Now the enemy was already prepared, and the Sure family's brothers and Wang Qi might have already moved, so it seemed that they couldn't kill them. But the Lord's order also included attacking Jinling's magistrate, Jia Yutsuan, so they didn't know if they had a chance. If they couldn't even complete a task, they would be incompetent. Just when they were thinking about this, a loud explosion came from the government office, and a headless body flew out. The next moment, the magistrate rushed out with a furious face. He was wearing a scarlet official robe with a jade belt around his waist. His chest was embroidered with cloud geese holding pearls, and he wore a pair of boots that soared through the wind and clouds. His eyes were like lightning, and his expression was dignified. He looked like an official of his parent. The slightly white hair on his temples showed how much effort this prefectural magistrate had put in to make contributions to the people and the country. In addition, he was also carrying a golden mountain axe on his shoulder. There were a few strings of red and white things hanging on the blade of the axe, and they were dripping blood. Looking at the headless body that flew out, it was obvious that this poor assassin had a fierce kiss with something at the last moment of his life, and his entire head was blown into pieces. His head was blown up by the magistrate, a 4th-rank civil official, the parents of the people in Jinling, and Lord Jia Yutsuan, who was holding a golden mountain axe. Seeing this scene, whether it was the bailiffs or the attackers, their minds went blank for a second. The magistrate's roar echoed in the hall. This was the mayor's heartfelt hatred for the bad security in the city and the bad political environment of the country. Where is the law? Where is the law? Do you know what gentleman's politics is? Do you know what it means to not punish a scholar? Why do you even want to kill a civil official? It had to be said that if the mayor of Gotham City was so brave, then Bruce Wayne would have nothing to do with it. Although they were far away and couldn't talk to each other, but when the leaders of the Night Walkers saw this scene, they all had the same thought. Kill my ass, let's run away. Chapter 8:21. Defeat was like a landslide. Once their morale was gone, it was too late to say anything. Dead, wounded, birds and beasts scattered. The bailiffs and Sher clan members began to clean up the battlefield and search for captives. Meanwhile, Lord Jia Yutsuan became the center of attention. It had to be said that for a fourth-rank magistrate to carry a huge golden mountain-splitting axe, there was always a kind of rebellious, violent feeling. It was very visually impactful, so it attracted the attention of many people. Lord Jia Yutsuan felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. In a fit of anger, he roared, "What are you looking at?" Sher Ichuan got off his horse with a subtle expression. The magistrate was furious. "What's wrong? What's wrong? This is a matter of life and death, and this axe is my family's martial art. If I don't use this, what else can I use? Why don't you tell me?" Sher Ichuan awkwardly replied, "My lord, I just wanted to ask if my son is all right?" The explosion had caused quite a commotion, and the aftermath was no less so. King Zhongshuan's spies had been keeping a close eye on the situation and were sending news back to their master as quickly as possible. Naturally, King Zhongshuan received news that his mission had failed. His face was a little embarrassed. Su Qin comforted him. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. We didn't expect to succeed in the first place. Or rather, it's not important whether we succeeded or not. We were just showing Jia Ying our strength and attitude. We were telling him that if he dares to leave Jinling, we'll turn his back garden upside down." King Zhongshuan's face darkened. The Sher clan ruined my plans. I'll teach them a lesson." Su Qin asked again, "Your Highness, other than this group, what else did you arrange?" King Zhongshuan smiled. "Of course, the Rong and Ning prefectures. Don't be alarmed, sir. I know my limits. For example, when hunting, we can't force our prey too much. As for the Rong prefectures, I only arranged for a few people to spend a lot of money to hire some hooligans to cause a ruckus in the Rong prefectures." Su Qin's complexion changed slightly. He shook his head and said, "Your Highness has miscalculated. This plan won't work. Those people from all walks of life make a living in the streets of Jinling. Although they are unruly and greedy for money, don't forget who controls Jinling." King Zhongshuan immediately realized his oversight. "The four great clans?" "That's right. Now that the Sher clan and the Wang clan have given in and the Sher clan has stepped in to help, it means that the majority of the power of the four clans is in the hands of Jiaoying. Her intelligence network is extremely fast. Not to mention other things, the leaders of those hooligans who have received orders from His Highness to set fire to Ronggua Manor will definitely know about this. Those leaders will definitely have connections with the four clans." King Zhongshuan's expression changed slightly. "In other words, the plan has been leaked?" The old servant beside him said indifferently, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Our operation is very secretive. Even if the people we send out are captured, the enemy won't be able to get anything useful out of them, because they don't know anything." Prince Zhongshun sighed. "Even Sher Yi has admitted defeat. Jia Ying must have found out as well. Those loyal people, it was this humble prince's oversight that harmed them. I have made a mistake." "It's great that you can correct your mistakes." Su Qin added a saying that didn't exist in this world. "Your Highness, it's not a bad thing to make more mistakes when you're young." King Zhongshuan nodded and said, "It seems that Ronggua Manor's operation has failed, but Ninggua Manor should be fine." Su Qin pursed his lips inwardly. "What did your Highness arrange?" Shouts rang out in Ninggua Manor. "How dare you!" The wind howled in Jia Su's study. Jia Shidao's fists and palms were flying as he fought with the uninvited guests. As he fought with the two attackers, he shouted, "Father! I can hold on. You're injured, don't act rashly." Jia Su's face was pale. His internal injuries hadn't fully healed yet. But he was well aware of this attack. Duke Ning sneered as he slowly took a short sword from the wall. His hand was on the hilt as he stared at the attackers like a viper, as if he would launch an earth-shattering attack in the next moment. Such a threat sent chills down their spines. Even though they remembered His Highness's instructions, the attackers still felt uneasy. Seeing Jia Su staring at them like a tiger watching its prey, they exchanged glances and decided to retreat immediately. Anyway, this operation was just a feint and they could not hurt Jia Su. If they were hit by his sword, it would be a waste. At this moment, Jia Sherdao suddenly exclaimed. Jia Su's expression changed as he immediately drew his sword and prepared to charge at the daring attackers. But in the next moment, he heard a crisp sound. It was the sound of some metal object falling to the ground. In the midst of the fierce battle, the attackers suddenly saw a golden object fly out of Jia Sherdao's sleeve. They thought it was some kind of strange hidden weapon. Since they already wanted to retreat, they immediately took a few steps back and prepared to run. But the next moment they also heard the sound of metal colliding. They looked down and saw a golden token the size of a palm lying on the ground. It was surrounded by a golden dragon, and the words, "King is here," were written on it. This was a royal item, commonly known as the golden token arrow. In an instant, the eyes of the attackers shone brightly. Here was their chance to make a contribution. Almost at the same time, these masters pounced on the gold medal on the ground like hungry dogs. Jia Sherdao was shocked and tried to stop them with his palm. However, he was already struggling to resist the joint attack of several people, so how could he stop this hungry dog eating shit? In the blink of an eye, those people had already grabbed the golden token and ran away like a whirlwind. He couldn't stop them. Jia Sherdao chased after them, yelling loudly. But the more anxious he was, the more excited those hungry dogs ran. They jumped up and down in Duke Ning's mansion as if they were flying, and even jumped over the courtyard wall and disappeared into the darkness. Jia Sherdao couldn't catch up with them, and he didn't dare to spread the news. He stomped his feet and looked around with a gloomy and panicked expression, not knowing what to do. Jia Su's gloomy voice came from behind him. "Are you done acting? Is there any mechanism in the golden token?" Jia Sherdao's expression froze. After a moment, he turned back with a blushing face and scratched his head. "Father, it's windy at night. Why are you out? Also, how did you know?" Jia Su snorted. "How would I not know what tricks you have up your sleeves? Tell me, what's the mechanism in there?" Jia Sherdao shook his head. "I don't know. My brother found me tonight and took the golden token away. I don't know what he's doing in the corner mysteriously. After he returned it to me, he told me not to panic if there were assassins coming to attack you tonight. I just need to take the opportunity to throw the golden token away." Hearing this, Jia Su's face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. How did that kid know? Those assassins had made a great contribution, and the news naturally spread to King Zhongshuan. The young prince was surprised and delighted to hear that the team had made such a great contribution. He said, "Where's the golden token? Give it to me, I want to see how this bastard made it so real." Su Qin's expression changed slightly as he stopped him. "Young prince, be careful. I'm afraid there's a trap." King Zhongshuan frowned. "What trap?" Su Qin sneered inwardly. "Sun Lang, oh Sun Lang, how can I not know your cunning tricks? You must have hidden sword energy in the golden token. When the golden token is here, you'll be able to find us, right? Humph, since I've seen through it, I'll make you angry." So he said, "My lord, I'll go take a look first." The young prince didn't understand, but seeing Su Qin's insistence, he agreed. So Su Qin went out and followed the old servant's instructions all the way to the meeting point of the team of assassins. He scanned the night sky and frowned slightly. He didn't find any trace of Sun Lang. After entering and verifying his identity, he received the forged gold medallion from the hands of those people. After a few words of praise, Su Qin sensed this gold medallion. Soon, he discovered the almost undetectable sword qi. "Petty tricks," he snorted. A moment later, the sword qi was dispersed. "But this golden token feels a little strange. What kind of strange method was used to make it? Forget it. As long as there's no sword energy left, even if there's a trap inside, it's nothing to worry about. Although the best solution was to throw the golden token away, Su Qin knew that King Zhongshuan was actually very suspicious. If he didn't give the golden token to him, he would definitely think too much. With that in mind, Su Qin took the golden token back. The old servant also inspected it and frowned. "This golden token seems a little strange," Su Qin said. "Old mister, did you feel it too?" King Zhongshuan was already holding the golden token in his hand. He looked it up and down and muttered, "This looks exactly like an imperial token. How did Jia Ying make it?" "Of course it was made with the power of the gold obsidian sacred sword." "Ha, if you knew that Sun Lang had already obtained by Yue's sacred sword, you wouldn't be as relaxed as you are now, right?" Su Qin laughed inwardly, but he said with a straight face, "I don't know. It should be some kind of trick." Jia Ying liked to think about these strange things back then. Strange skills. King Zhongshuan snorted disdainfully. Then, he took the golden token in his hand and cracked it. "It doesn't look like it was poured. Could it have been directly carved? Then his craftsmanship." At this point, King Zhongshuan couldn't finish his sentence, because he suddenly realized that the golden token was undergoing some kind of strange change. It was expanding and expanding, so much so that he could faintly see something strange flowing inside. Su Qin and the old servant were both shocked. "Your Highness, be careful!" They reached out at almost the same time to grab the golden token in King Zhongshuan's hand. But everything happened too quickly. In an instant, the golden token inflated like a balloon and then exploded with a loud bang. Some kind of strange liquid violently burst out from it and shot out in all directions. Something terrible happened. Chapter 822. He was dumbfounded. If King Zhongshuan had any thoughts at this moment, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Su Qin and the old servant's martial arts were very high. Even at this critical moment, they were still able to block most of the explosive liquid with their palms and fists. However, there was still a small portion that landed on King Zhongshuan's body. The little prince was dumbfounded. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul and turned into a silly puppet. His mind was blank. He didn't know who he was, where he was, or what he wanted to do. He allowed the crowd to fiddle with him. Their anxious voices sounded distant, as if they were coming from the horizon. He could feel the zhenqi that the old servant poured into his body. He could feel people stuffing pills into his mouth. There were people loudly and anxiously asking him how he felt. They must be afraid that the liquid was poisonous. But the little prince knew that the thing that had been dropped was not poisonous. His body was normal, and he didn't feel any pain. His consciousness was clear, and everything was normal. There were no signs of poisoning, except it stinks. It was very smelly. It was extremely smelly. The stench of a spiral explosion. It was an earth-shattering stench. If the stench had a color, then it must be the yellow of feces. If there was a smell in the netherworld, it would definitely be this smell. It was like a breath from hell. According to Buddhism, there are 18 levels of hell in the underworld. The 4th level is called the hell of boiling feces. The little prince used to be an arrogant expert who controlled his own fate, but now he was enlightened. Hell does exist. The scene in front of me is what a hell of boiling shit looks like. He was about to suffocate. Then, like Ma Jingtao, he opened his mouth wide, revealing a twisted expression of hopelessness. His mouth was wide open, and endless emotions shook his vocal cords, and he was about to let out a scream of despair and anger. Ah! Ah! The little prince's screams were muffled, because in the instant he started singing, 2 large hands simultaneously covered King Zhongshuan's mouth. It was Su Qin and the old servant, the 2 loyal and devoted helpers. Their hands were still stained with the evil of this world that had splashed onto them when they stopped the explosion, and they just mercilessly covered it with their hands. The little prince was like a little girl who had been forced to have oral sex. He made choked sounds and struggled violently. His eyes rolled back and his body contorted like a salted fish jumping around on the shore. Su Qin, this drama queen, was still anxiously shouting in a low voice. He must have done it on purpose. Prince! A little impatience spoils great plans. Don't make a sound. Don't make any noise. There was a slight fluctuation in the old servant's voice. The old man was squinting his eyes, as if nothing could move him. But today, he seemed to be sighing. Is this shit? King Zhongshuan struggled even harder. As a member of the royal family, a descendant of the true dragon, he had received the most elite education from the royal family. He might have killed people, might have seen blood, might have seen darkness and cruelty that ordinary people could not imagine. These were all lessons that a member of the royal family had to learn, but it was clear that in the training he had received, there was absolutely nothing like what he had experienced today. Even the craziest royal tutor would not dare to make such a training plan. Yes, no one dared to soak the young princes in excrement to train their tolerance. Oh yes, in the future, maybe, probably, there will be. Su Qin also fell into deep thought. His situation was different from that of ordinary people. Although the smell was disgusting and the scene was indeed a little disgusting, it was not enough to make him fly into a rage or turn pale with fright. In any case, he could block out his sense of smell and overcome the discomfort in his heart. This little loss was nothing. What was more important was what this meant. It was only now that Su Qin understood Sun Lang's sinister intentions. There was no doubt that Sun Lang had done something to the gold medallion. But now, it seemed that the sword energy hidden in the gold medallion was not used to locate the location, but to maintain the gold medallion's original state. In other words, once this sword energy was worn down, the fragile balance that maintained the gold medallion would be broken. With just a small push, it would collapse irreversibly, just like how it had just exploded. He had calculated all of this clearly. No, it wasn't just that. That sword energy definitely had a location function as well. If it was not worn down, it would report its location to Sun Lang. If it was worn down, it would activate the vicious mechanism in the gold medallion. It was another crazy double insurance. It really was Sun Lang's style. Su Qin's expression was a little ugly. This feeling of losing after all the scheming, no one would feel good about it. At this moment, King Zhongshuan began to struggle even more violently, his arms and legs flailing wildly as he shot glances at them. His large eyes were sparkling, as if he was begging them to let go of him. This king won't shout for you to King, let go. Su Qin and the old servant looked at each other, then withdrew their hands and took a step back in unison. They were afraid of being beaten, but they were worrying too much. The young prince did not have the strength to hit anyone at all. He was still in a daze, extremely confused. He retched, coughed, and pinched his nose. After a while, he finally spoke, his voice filled with disbelief and disbelief. He. King Zhongshuan thumped his chest and stamped his feet. He's the scum of the army. At the very least, he was once a marshal. How can he be like this? Su Qin and the old servant were a little embarrassed. The old servant went up to support him. Your Highness, please. What are you still standing there for? Does this smell good? After such a blow, King Zhongshuan even forgot to scold Sun Lang. He trembled as he said, Hurry up and think of a way to dispel this smell. Your palms, your fists, your imperial army's special techniques, use them all on this prince. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Their gazes suddenly changed. Not good. The old servant threw out two palms. Su Qin summoned the wind of heaven and earth. For a moment, the air billowed and the fierce wind swirled inwards, forming a huge suction force that compressed the slowly dissipating aura of hell back to the center. Motherf *Cur. The explosive smell grew 3 times stronger. King Zhongshuan felt a deeper layer of life. He almost rolled his eyes as he roared, "Are you guys blinded by sh*t? Your Highness, please forgive us." Su Qin shouted against the air billows. "If this smell drifts out, Jia Ying will be able to find us. This is all part of his scheme." King Zhongshuan roared miserably. He finally remembered that he should be angry. "Let him come. Son of a bitch. The shame of Tianyuan. I'm going to King drown him in the latrine. Motherf Ker. If Sun Lang really comes after us, forget about you. I'll be squashed to death in the latrine as well. Motherf Ker. When did that little bastard Sun Lang have such a bad hobby?" Su Qin continued to summon the wind to gather the dispersing stench. For a moment, the stench roiled and the evil aura gathered, like an altar of filth. The old servant went to pull King Zhongshuan. "Your Highness, this place is no longer safe. We should move immediately to a backup hiding place. Men, find a few blankets, wet them with water, and put them on the prince." Prince Zhongshuan was a spoiled child of the royal family, so it was only natural that he was obsessed with cleanliness. Today, he had been tainted by the evilness of the world, and was on the verge of collapse. Now that he heard this, his whole body trembled. No. This prince wants to change clothes now. I want to take a bath. At this critical moment, who would care about him? A few moments later, several wet blankets were placed on King Zhongshuan's body, completely concealing his scent. But there was a price to pay. The beautiful robe was quickly soaked by the water, which meant that the evil of this world that splashed on the little prince was mixing with him. That slippery feeling spread all over his body, and the poor little prince trembled all over. He howled, "You might as well just kill me." The old servant lifted King Zhongshuan onto his shoulder and said, "Your Highness must be joking. We're leaving now. Please don't speak too loudly, lest you attract the enemy." Although the biochemical attack just now had caused a ruckus, it didn't have any physical lethality. Other than the little prince, the rest of the people present were all well-trained elites, so they had a certain degree of resistance to this kind of terrifying aura. With an order, they quickly moved away. When a noble was in Jinling, the first thing to consider was safety. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Needless to say, there were several top-secret hiding places, and there were more than a dozen escape routes. The vanguard opened the way in front and the rear guard brought up the rear. The most elite force surrounded the young prince, and rushed all the way to another hiding place. The young prince seemed to have accepted his fate. He lay in the blankets and looked up at the sky, a manly tear in the corner of his eye. He was thinking about how things had turned out like this. Why was Jia Ying so vicious? He clearly had the upper hand, but he still suffered such humiliation today, that despicable Jia Ying. The grief and indignation in his heart were indescribable. This shameless thief had tarnished the glory of Tianyuan's heroes. Motherf Ker, this kind of person was actually an imperial marshal? This would make the world laugh their heads off. Then, he heard the sound of hooves. There was a flash of fire in the distance. Su Qin whispered, "Be alert, be careful. The vanguard, go take a look." The young prince gritted his teeth and said, "Are they the lackeys Jia Ying sent to search for us?" Su Qin hesitated. "I don't think so. Looking at their route, it doesn't look like they're searching, but more like they're swaggering through the street. And with the manpower of the Rongwa residents, they can't organize a large-scale citywide search team." But in the next moment, they received an answer to their question. King Zhongshuan's ears twitched. He heard faint shouts coming from the other side. In the night wind, under the light of the fire, a group of people swaggered through the streets in the distance, shouting loudly. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. They shouted in unison, spreading far and wide in the silent night. Courteous, loyal, son of shit. Chapter 8:23. Understood. Understood. A chorus of shouts echoed in the air. They could hear it clearly in the night. On King Zhongshuan's side, the air suddenly became quiet. The cool breeze carried with it an almost undetectable scent. In the distance, fire dragons could be faintly seen moving through the street. This was simply a feast for the entire city. Who knew how many troops were disturbing the people in the middle of the night, shouting the same slogan? This was the most sincere greeting that Marshal Jia Ying and all the people of Jinling sent to the visiting King Zhongshuan. A moment later, Su Qin added, "Your Highness spent a lot of money to instigate the Jinling ruffians to cause trouble at Rongwa Manor, but they were probably stopped by the four great clans. Jia Ying even did the opposite. Now, the people running around the city are probably the idle ruffians of Jinling. Only the four great clans have the ability to order them around." The young prince's body was trembling. This was a complete humiliation, a taunt, an insult. This enmity was simply irreconcilable. So vicious, so hateful, so nauseating. Damn it! His face was splashed with feces, and he fled in a sorry state. Not only that, this bastard even had a backup plan. He had set up this whole city's battle array, beating gongs and drums, and making a big fuss. After tonight, the whole city would be in an uproar. This kind of scandal, this kind of scandal, this kind of scandal. Not only did you do it, you even spread it around? King Zhongshuan listened to the distant shouts. Anger filled his chest and attacked his heart. All reason was thrown to the back of his mind. He hissed, kill them all, quickly!" The old servant calmly said, "Your Highness, calm down. This must be the enemy's plan. It's easy to kill those ruffians, but since you've killed them, there will be traces left behind. Right now, the entire city is filled with Jia Ying's spies. He can't find us, so he's using such a vicious method to provoke your Highness. He wants your Highness to be unable to restrain your anger, to make your Highness lose your reason. This is a trick, you must be aware of it. I understand the logic, but how the fuck am I supposed to endure this? One blow after another, endless humiliation, and a great loss of face. He had clearly been in high spirits just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was being humiliated by the Jia Ying that he looked down on. The little prince was so angry that his liver and lungs were about to explode. Motherf asterisk cur motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur motherf asterisk cur. Why? You want to use this kind of method? What a shameless method! The young prince was already showing signs of being contaminated by the evils of this world. His sinister laughter was like the howls of hell. Go collect shit for me. Cow shit, sheep shit, pig shit, human shit, I want all of it. I want to dump all the shit in Jinling City into Rongwa's mansion. Go. The elites of the prince's mansion pretended not to hear him. A trace of disdain rose in Su Qin and the old servants' hearts. What happened tonight was clearly more like a farce, but the more farce it was, the more they could see something. Just by relying on this farce, Jia Ying was able to force King Zhongshuan into such a sorry state. She easily played with everything in the palm of her hand. The difference between the two was obvious. The most pitiful thing was that the victim didn't even know what was going on. His head was filled with shit and he had almost lost his mind. He didn't know what today's events meant at all. The two of them looked at each other and saw the pills in each other's eyes. King Zhongshuan wanted to shout again, but Su Qin shouted in a low voice, "Your Highness, stop messing around. Do you want to play this kind of childish game with Jia Ying and make yourself a laughingstock in court? Do you want to report to His Majesty that you've piled all of Jinling City's shit in front of Rongwa's mansion? Do you want to announce today's scandal to the whole world? Do you think His Majesty will choose such a prince to be the crown prince?" The chattering King Zhongshuan, who had almost gone crazy, shut his mouth. In the next moment, his eyes gushed with intense tears of a man. He cried out loud. After all, this kind of setback, this kind of scene, was indeed a bit too much. It was not something a noble of his age could bear. This was simply the ultimate humiliation in the history of the empire. Since ancient times, no prince had ever been treated like this, nor had there ever been a high-ranking military official who could do such a thing. He cried out loud, "Teacher! Old Fu! I hate it! Why is it like this? I clearly came on Imperial Father's orders, and I clearly had the upper hand. With these two advantages combined, how could it be like this?" Everyone quickened their pace, heading towards their hiding place. Along the way, Su Qin was softly comforting the young prince who had suffered the ultimate humiliation, and also telling him to cry less loudly. After much persuasion, Bao Bao Zhongshuan finally finished venting the grievances in his heart. They rushed to the new hiding place, arranged for sentries, inquired for information, dispatched troops, collected information, boiled water, prepared new clothes, and found spices. The prince needed to bathe and change clothes. Su Qin and the old servant were taking care of the aftermath. About an hour later, Prince Zhongshuan came out. He had already changed his clothes inside and out, and his emotions were stable. However, the skin on his neck and hands that were exposed were a little red. Su Qin guessed that a layer of skin had been rubbed off. The three people looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment. King Zhongshuan bowed deeply. Tonight, this humble prince couldn't help himself and ended up in such a sorry state. It was simply rude of me to have let you two see a joke. I am truly ashamed. The old servant slightly bowed. Su Qin also bowed. Your Highness doesn't need to worry. Victory and defeat are common in war. Those who succeed must endure. Ordinary people can't endure. A small setback is nothing as long as you can win in the end. King Zhongshuan sighed and nodded sadly. This won't do. He looks like he's lost his spirit. I need to encourage him. Su Qin thought for a moment and had an idea. A smile appeared on his lips as he said lightly, "Failure isn't terrible. What's terrible is not having the courage to avenge the humiliation after failure. Your Highness, since things are already set in stone, you can't worry about it anymore. You have to focus on the future. Tonight, you did encounter something unbearable, but in this failure, there is a hidden hope of victory. Do you see it?" King Zhongshuan was stunned at first, then bowed. "I'd like to hear more." Su Qin had a confident smile on his face as he said, "Now it seems that Jia Shidao's accidental loss of the gold medal should be Jia Ying's plan to retreat. He hid a trap in the medal to humiliate your Highness. What is his purpose? Is it just to humiliate your Highness?" King Zhongshuan slowly shook his head. "This person is so cunning and vicious. He must have his own reasons for acting after planning and laying down so many backup plans. It's definitely not just to humiliate me. He must have other plans. Your Highness is wise." Su Qin nodded. "An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure such humiliation. If your Highness couldn't suppress your anger, what would you do?" King Zhongshuan said coldly, "I would do everything in my power to kill my way into Jia Ying's house to vent my anger. I would use the blood of Jia Ying's family to wash away this humiliation." Su Qin smiled. "Do you understand now, Your Highness?" The young prince was stunned. "That's his purpose? Could it be?" "Yes, Jia Ying is a cunning opponent. He clearly knew that this move would completely enrage Your Highness and cause Ronghua Manor to be retaliated against, but he still did it. This means that he has considered the consequences and is prepared." Su Qin said lightly, "This is a trap. This Su dares to guarantee that if Your Highness really does immediately seek revenge, then tonight, Ronghua Manor will become Your Highness's place of defeat. Based on what just happened, Jia Ying can calculate such a small matter with such precision. When it comes to the lives of his family members, he must have even more meticulous considerations and even more vicious plans. It might even allow him to reverse the situation in one fell swoop and secure a complete victory tonight." King Zhongshuan shivered. If it was before, he had been extremely disdainful of Jia Ying, this former marshal who had lost his divine sword. Now his thoughts had quietly changed. No matter what, this person was so clever that he was shameless. But when he heard this, he was still a little displeased. What is teacher trying to say? Su Qin shook his head and smiled. Does your highness still not understand? Tonight, the Dowager Duchess fell ill, so Jia Ying should have immediately flown the Li Fire flying vessel to pick up Lu Shujian. But when we tried to stop him, he was met with such a decisive counterattack and provocation, using this method to provoke your highness's anger. King Zhongshuan's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in surprise, Jia Ying can't sit still anymore. He can't hold back. Su Qin smiled like a wise king and nodded. Yes, that's right. He has a premonition that he will be caught in a dilemma because of the Dowager Duchess, and even be forced and begged by his family members. He feels that if he drags on, things will get worse, so he might as well take the risk and take the initiative to force your highness to fight, seeking survival in the midst of death. This is his plan. Tonight's chaos has drawn our attention in circles. It was originally a good time to send the Li Fire flying vessel to Ming Province, but this Su is certain that the Li Fire armament is still in the Rongguo residence, because that flying vessel is also an excellent fighting force. Since Jia Ying is preparing to fight tonight, he will not let such an important fighting force leave Jinling, because he still needs to rely on that Li Fire armament to fight. King Zhongshuan's body shook when he heard this, the flame of hope flickering in his eyes. Su Qin's words gave him hope for a counterattack. He looked at Su Qin and bowed again. Teacher, please teach me. Su Qin smiled confidently. Since Jia Ying is eager to fight, then we have to be careful. Your Highness said before that you have sent people to ask for reinforcements, so when the reinforcements are in place, we can't act rashly. No matter how Jia Ying provokes us, we have to act calmly. Since Jia Ying is unwilling to let that flying vessel leave Jinling, then let's give him a push. Since he's attacking the heart, then we'll attack the heart as well. King Zhongshuan nodded repeatedly. He clenched his fists, his anger finally reaching its peak. We must make him pay the price. I'm going to write a few more letters asking for reinforcements. Su Qin lowered his head. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The time was almost right. Chapter 824. Tonight, many people in Jinling would not be able to sleep. In the Ningguo mansion, Jia Su's face was dark as he listened to the report from his subordinate. After the assassins retreated, he immediately sent people out to gather information. Tonight's chaos in Jinling was orderly, and many strange things had happened. First of all, there was the sound of a huge explosion and battle cries coming from the Jinling government office. The spies from the public house who went to investigate saw the Shi family's caravan, as well as the scattered corpses. More importantly, they saw the magistrate Jia Yutsuan at the scene, commanding the troops in the government office. The old man was carrying a flashy golden back mountain axe, and the blade of the axe was still dripping with blood. He looked like he was about to swallow someone whole. Coupled with his official robe, he was simply like a mountain king wearing a monkey crown. His whole person exuded the aura of a wild and fierce bandit. In addition, there was also a big carnival in the whole city. All the local ruffians and hooligans in the city came out in full force, forming gangs and calling friends. They held torches and walked around the city, shouting incomprehensible slogans. Vulgar slogans such as Zhong Shun's brilliant plan to bring Jinling to a peaceful state, but after embarrassing himself, he went to shit. Zhong Shun's son, please go to shit, and Li, your father wants you to go home and shit, were all over the city. It was foreseeable that this would be the talk of the town the next morning. Apart from that, there was not much chaos. Jia Su waved his hand and asked the messenger to leave. He looked at Jia Sherdao and said in a trembling voice, "Was the gold medal filled with shit and urine?" Jia Sherdao looked embarrassed. "My brother said that it was canned herring food." Jia Su's lips trembled, and he did not know what to say. Although he did not know what had happened, it was obvious that King Zhongshun had suffered a great loss. As for the specific situation, he could roughly deduce from the loud slogans in the city. This was too undignified. For a moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. But when he thought of Sun Lang's real identity and his plan tonight, especially the unconscious Dowager Duchess, Jia Su felt irritated. He snorted. "I heard from my subordinate that you came to see me before. What happened?" Jia Shidao's expression changed slightly. His father had accumulated great power, so he didn't dare to lie. After all, old Madam was also angered to the point of vomiting blood after hearing the truth. If his father also did the same thing, he, as a son, would suffer. Therefore, he answered honestly, "Father, don't be anxious and don't get angry. Some time ago, around dusk, Madame Xing of Ronghua Manor was assassinated in her room." Jia Su suddenly stood up and acted very realistically. "What? Assassinated?" Jia Shidao nodded dejectedly. Jia Su shouted, "Bastard! In terms of seniority, she's your aunt. It's my sister-in-law. How dare you hide it from me when something happened to her?" Jia Shidao groaned in his heart as he carefully explained, "My father was injured and was resting in bed. I saw that he was sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake him up. Anyway, it's already like this, and my brother is watching over me, so it doesn't matter if I tell you later. After all, there's no turning back." Jia Su snorted coldly and his expression turned stern. "And then?" Jia Shidao played dumb. "What then?" Duke Ning stepped forward and glared at him fiercely. "Madame Xing's courtyard is in the backyard, surrounded by courtyards. If she died in her own courtyard, the maids around her would definitely scream. The backyard of Ronghua Manor is well connected, so the news would spread very quickly. Unlike Wang Zixing's death last time, this can't be hidden. Look at how panicked you are. Does old Madam know about it?" Jia Shidao took a step back guiltily. After all, his father had seen through everything. He nodded slowly. "Yes." Jia Su took a deep breath. "Finish." Jia Shidao lowered his head and said quickly, "Before Tanchun blocked the news, old Madam had already heard about it and came. She was sad, but when she found out that Sister Feng wasn't here, she couldn't hide anything from her. After she knew about it, she was so angry that she vomited blood and fainted. As soon as he finished, he felt something tighten in front of his chest. His father had already grabbed his clothes and lifted him up." Jia Shidao met his father's eyes and found that his father's face was ferocious and murderous, like a ferocious tiger. He heard his father yell in a low voice, "Why didn't you wake me up when such a big thing happened? How is old Madam? Have you called a doctor?" Jia Shidao said in a low voice, "Yes, but it's useless. Father, you know about old Madam's condition. She just took some pills to restore her origin and used her inner strength to nourish her meridians." Jia Su squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "What about your brother? Jiaing?" Jia Shidao was stunned. "Brother?" Duke Ning gritted his teeth. "Does your brother know about this? Does he know that his grandmother vomited blood? Does he know how she feels now? What is he doing now? How can he still be in the mood to do such a big thing? That's his biological grandmother, the person who loves him the most in the world. What is he doing now?" Jia Su's series of questions contained great anger. 70% of these words came from his heart, and 30% was acting. He had mixed feelings about this impostor who pretended to be his nephew and messed around in Ronghua Mansion. Jia Shidao said blankly, I don't know." Looking at his son's confused face, Jia Su was infuriated. "Idiot! What kind of bewitching potion did he feed you? You don't even ask and are willing to die for him." "Then find him for me." Throwing Jia Shidao out, Duke Ning yelled, "Madame Xing was attacked, old Madam is in a coma, and even my uncle was attacked twice. Is this how he does things?" Jia Sherdao staggered to the ground and shook his head. I don't know where my brother is. Jia Su yelled, then find him for me. Father. The expected subservience did not happen. If his father ordered him to do something in anger, according to past experience, this timid son would choose to do it no matter how difficult it was. But not this time. Jia Sherdao stood where he was and slowly looked up at his father. His eyes were calm. Father, please calm down, he said. This strange and rare sense of calmness even affected Jia Su, making him unable to curse out loud. He stared at Jia Sherdao without saying a word. Jia Sherdao's voice was low. I know you're angry, father, and I understand why you're angry. But please don't disturb my brother. He must be doing something important now. Important? What was the most important thing for an impostor? Jia Su said sternly, Madam Xing's matter is the most important. Maybe he's already doing it or maybe he hasn't. But no matter what, the situation is very serious. As you said, we're facing a very dangerous situation. You've been assassinated twice, and Rongwa Mansion is in trouble. Our enemies are very strong, and my brother's enemies are even stronger. Jia Sherdao said in a low voice, My brother once said that a strong fortress usually collapses from the inside. With your wisdom, father, you should know the consequences of internal strife. So, please don't disturb my brother. Jia Su was so angry that he laughed. Disturb? Are you saying that I'm dragging your elder brother down? Jia Sherdao wanted to say that his son wouldn't dare, but maybe he got courage from Liang Jingru, or maybe there was some other reason that made him do something very brave. He answered calmly, Yes. Jia Su was stunned. What did this little bastard say? He's rebelling. His authority was challenged, and for every father who wanted to control, this was a reason for anger. Jia Su was furious. He clenched his fists and was about to kill this little bastard. Father, please don't be angry. I'm telling the truth. Jia Sherdao also clenched his fists. He met his father's eyes and gritted his teeth. My brother has always encouraged me to be honest with you instead of being a yes-man. I'm not as confident as my brother, and I don't have his skills and temperament, so I've never been able to do it. But this time, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This time was different. This time it was about his brother. That night in Bai Castle, his brother calmly told him the truth. When he came to Jinling for the first time, he silently looked at Rongwa Mansion, the armor and paintings in the ancestral hall, the conspiracy that Granny Wang unintentionally mentioned, the painful past, and the chaotic future. His brother had always been fighting. With Tensei Province, with the imperial court, with the emperor, with the past, and with himself. It was already hard enough. He couldn't add more burden to his brother. He said, But this time, I'm standing in front of you and telling you what's in my heart. No matter what, please believe in my brother. Believe that he can handle everything. Before he could finish his words, he had already been kicked in the chest, flying all the way out, landing on the ground outside. He rolled and fell to the ground. The strength of the kick just now was not light, causing him to grimace in pain. Jia Su's face was livid. Without saying a word, he walked past him and disappeared into the darkness. Jia Sherdao sat up with a bitter smile. He rubbed his chest and adjusted his breath. Bitterness and confusion appeared on his face. In fact, his father's question was also his question. He didn't understand and he didn't know either. Madame Xing was assassinated and Madame Xing was in a coma. Getting Lu Shujian was the most important thing. However, the chaos in the city, the lively slogans, the seraph hadn't taken off yet, and his brother hadn't made any arrangements. He didn't understand, and he didn't know what his brother was going to do. Moreover, his father's attitude made him feel a trace of strangeness that he didn't dare to think about. Brother, what's your plan? Chapter 825. It was windy at night. It was stormy in Jinling. But all of this had nothing to do with the Rongwa mansion. This was the safest place in Jinling, and all of the wind and rain were blocked outside the door. Jia Su knocked on the door of the Rongwa mansion alone. Everyone in the residence knew the first old master next door. Even though the gatekeepers were instructed to be on guard, old master Jia Su was naturally not one of them. Duke Ning refused the doorman's offer to lead the way. He walked slowly in the manor. The cold wind blew on his face, but his mood was unspeakably agitated. It was the first time he felt so helpless since he had achieved great success in his studies. It was said that even an upright official would find it difficult to resolve a family dispute. Even a wise man would have to retreat in front of a person's heart. Since ancient times, people's hearts were the most difficult to predict. He sighed and walked to the back of the mansion. He passed through the arch and came to the old madam's courtyard. The lights were on inside and there were people guarding outside. They looked like they were facing a great enemy. Because the old madam vomited blood and fainted, this respectable old woman, who had supported the Rongwa mansion for more than a decade, had encountered the most difficult hurdle to cross, perhaps the last hurdle. Jia Su sighed imperceptibly. After he explained his purpose, Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu came out to greet him. Jia Su sighed. "How is the old madam?" Xue Baochai nodded. "She's better, but she's still unconscious." Jia Su nodded silently. He saw Xue Baochai's eyes. He found that this smart woman from the Xue family was looking at him. Her bright eyes shone strangely under the dim light, as if she could see through the confusion and secrets in his heart. He was shocked by his own thoughts. How could it be? He shook his head self-mockingly and said, "I'll go in and take a look." Xue Baochai frowned imperceptibly and thought quickly in her mind. She did not trust Jia Su now. This was natural because her husband had told her that Jia Su had been instigated by the hostile forces of the Prince Zongshuan mansion. At that time, she wanted to explain to Jia Su, but her husband solemnly stopped her. Her husband said that this was a bet. Although she did not know what the bet was, she could see the seriousness in her husband's eyes. Since her husband didn't want her to go, then she wouldn't go. But under such circumstances, Jia Su could not be trusted. Letting him come into contact with the Dowager Duchess was risky. This was what troubled Xue Baochai. However, in a moment, Xue Baochai had already thought about it a few times. Finally, she nodded and said, "Of course. Uncle, please be careful and don't disturb the old madam." Of course. Jia Su glanced around. There was no one else but his two niece-in-law in front of him. He asked in a low voice as if nothing had happened, "About Dowager Duchess. Does Jia Ying have any plans?" Xue Baochai's heart skipped a beat. She said calmly, "My husband only asked us to protect grandmother. He will take care of everything else. Since my husband is so confident, we don't have to be too anxious." Jia Su said indifferently, in other words, his grandmother was shocked by the bad news these few days. First, her favorite granddaughter-in-law was suspected of killing her brother and escaping. Then, the head of the Wang family died in the Rongwa mansion. Then, even her daughter-in-law died. She vomited blood and fainted in anger. The entire Rongwa mansion is in a mess. Jia Ying saw it all. He watched the group of women cry and wail helplessly and refused to appear to take charge of the situation. Lin Daiyu said, "Brother is the head of the family. Now that he is back, the Rongwa mansion does not need to worry about the family matters of the Rongwa mansion." Jia Su did not expect Lin Daiyu to be so direct and talk back to an elder. She was simply lawless. He was so angry that he laughed. "What? As an elder, I can't even say anything?" Lin Daiyu wanted to retort but was stopped by Xue Baochai. She stopped her sister with a look and smiled apologetically at Jia Su. Grandmother fainted. Pin was the most anxious, so her words were a bit harsh. Jia Su snorted and ignored the two. He flicked his sleeves and entered the room. Shwe Baochai watched Jia Su enter and complained, "Pinner, why did you talk back to eldest uncle?" Lin Daiyu said indifferently, "He seems to have bad intentions." Shwe Baochai sighed. Of course, she could hear the provocation in the words just now. Then, what was the bet? When he entered the room, the old madam's maid, Yuan Yang, was sitting by the bed. Seeing Master Jia Su enter, she hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Jia Su waved his hand and said in a low voice, "You can leave first." Yuan Yang hesitated when she heard this. Jia Su suddenly became irritated. He sneered. "What? You don't even trust me? You think I'm here to harm the old madam? Then you can stay here and watch. Just watch." Although Yuan Yang was the old madam's favored maid and had some prestige in the Fu, it was not enough in front of the old master of the Ningguo Fu. Seeing Jia Su get angry, she could only endure her grievances and leave dejectedly. Servants could not argue with the old master. Talk back. After Jia Su chased Yuan Yang away, he came to the old madam's bed and slowly sat by the bed. He grabbed the old lady's hand, feeling the flow of true qi in her body and the beating of her heart. She was the only remaining elder of the previous generation of the Jia family. She had once supported the broken lintel of the Ronggua mansion by herself. Now, she was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, her hair white. The valiant and awe-inspiring auntie in his memory would never return. Jia Su's nose turned sour. He could feel the scars and weakness under this old body. The first half of her life was happy, and the second half was strong and alone. She had many children and grandchildren, but the war took everything away from her. Her husband, son, and grandson. No one knew the pain in her heart. She had to shoulder the loss of her men all by herself. Her favorite grandson had run away from home, and there was no news of him at all. For a time he was famous all over the world, and he was the champion of the 6 armies. However, he was defeated in the last battle. 2 years later, he reappeared. This should have been enough to make her feel comforted and happy. But fate was so cruel that it revealed the truth that she could not bear to speak out. The real Jia Ying had died 8 years ago. The Jia Ying who had returned was actually an impostor. He had suffered a heavy fate that ordinary people could not imagine. His heart was filled with twisted hatred and killing intent. He had dragged the Jia family into the storm and brought about a cruel and unpredictable fate. He had caused the empire to lose the ability to create an imperial army. This crime, this sin, it was impossible to determine. Since the founding of the empire, even the worst rebellion could not be compared to what he had done. Jia Su smiled bitterly. There was bitterness, pity, and unwillingness in his smile. "You've suffered for your whole life. What supported you through these years was your love and memories for your grandson. However, these were all fake. Even the hero who made great achievements and brought glory to your ancestors was fake. He wasn't your grandson at all. The 6 years of concern and 2 years of pain were all fake." Speaking of this, Jia Su's eyes were filled with tears. He could not bear to imagine this old woman's final destination and fate. After knowing the truth, would she be in so much pain that she wished she was dead? Even if she was kept in the dark and was immersed in the joy of seeing her grandson again, her grandson had become a great rebel and was in an endless battle with the imperial power. How could she be at ease? Therefore, Jia Su felt sad and regretful. Whether what the old woman saw in the end was real or fake, it was the same cruel fate, especially for such a respectable old woman. The impermanence of fate was enough to make even the wisest person sigh helplessly. Jia Su said in a low voice, "If it was you, what would you want to see?" No one answered his question. Old matriarch sure closed her eyes and laid on the bed, breathing calmly. Outside the window, the night wind was like a curtain. On the other side of the house, Sun Langping was lying on the roof tiles with his head resting on his arms. He looked at the dark night and the boundless starry sky in silence. He slowly raised his hand and reached toward the sky, toward the endless void, but he could not grab anything. Earth, his hometown, everything was long gone, so far that he could not go home because he did not know where his hometown was. He did not know if Earth was light years away or in another universe. It had been more than 8 years. Everything he had experienced, everything he had learned, and everything he had lost. Looking back, there were many things that he could not imagine when he was on Earth. There was no sword saint on Earth, no monster that could kill everyone, no martial arts, no sky demon. It has been more than 8 years since he transmigrated. I have been in this world for more than 8 years. I can't go back. What do you want to see? Sun Lang slowly clenched his fists and smiled. This is a gamble, he said in his heart. This is the chance I gave you and also the chance you gave me. This is my own choice. No one forced me to accept it, no one forced me to leave. No one handed me a sword the moment I woke up and asked me to become another person, to replace him on the battlefield to kill, to be killed, to be the sword saint, general, and hero. Also, after I had adapted to my role, given up on my illusions, and wanted to happily be a sword saint, a general, a hero, and another person, no one took away all of this with a ruthless backstab, telling me that I was unworthy, that I was an extraterrestrial demon, that I was an alien. Fate is in my own hands, and everything can start anew. The people who care about me, the people I care about. Sometimes it is very simple to satisfy a person. Sometimes I don't want much. This place once gave me false warmth. Even if it was false, it was still very warm. So, it is just a gamble. If you can do it, I can do it. For you, for all of you. I will let you see everything you want to see. Chapter 8:26. Jinling was lively for half the night. Around dawn, the hooligans who had been running around the streets, playing and shouting, finally returned home in 2s and 3s. Looking at their appearance, it seemed that they still hadn't had enough. It seemed that tonight's large-scale organized carnival had given them a sense of pleasure similar to that of a biker gang. Even though they didn't know who that damn Zhongshuan cub was. Even though they didn't know why their boss had told them to do such a boring thing. But who cares, it was quite fun. They had played to their heart's content tonight, but now they were retreating 2 hours early. There was no other reason but because they gradually felt the dampness in the air. Jinling was a place in Jiangnan, a so-called water town. It had always been rainy, and the sky was like the face of a child, changing at will. One moment it was sunny and warm, and the next moment it was raining like a curtain. People who had been in Jiangnan for a long time had accumulated some life experience, such as tonight. Although the sky was like a curtain, dawn had not yet arrived, and the surroundings were pitch black. The stars in the sky were hidden, and the air was slightly damp. People with experience had already read the weather forecast. It's going to rain, so the hooligans began to disperse. After about an hour, the morning sun cast a ray of light, and the chaos in the Jinling government office finally came to an end. The Yamen runners who were on guard at night all breathed a sigh of relief. The battlefield last night had also been cleaned up. The corpses were cleaned up, the captives were detained, and the traces of the explosion were completely covered. Jia Yutsuan, carrying his family heirloom, the golden back mountain splitting axe, walked out of the Yamen gate. He stood on the steps and looked up at the slightly bright sky. Today's dawn was darker than the previous few days because the sky was gloomy and dark. It's going to rain, the prefectural magistrate sighed. Perhaps it was because of yesterday's chaos, but his mood was as gloomy as the dark clouds in the sky. He had a feeling that something big was going to happen soon. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sound. Old Lu, who lived in the neighboring district, was also peddling buns that had just come out of the pot. He passed by the Yamen every day, but today's scenery was different from usual. This was because he saw the first master of the prefectural magistrate at the entrance of the Yamen. The old man's face was gloomy, and he was carrying a golden mountain-splitting axe. He was standing in front of the drum and looking up at the sky, exuding a sense of dread that said, "You are welcome to petition." Old Lu was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and the load on his shoulder fell to the ground with a dull thud. The magistrate left in a sorry state. Old Lu stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. First, he checked to see if the steamed buns were broken. Then, he immediately picked up his load and left in a hurry. Even though his appearance was too scary, it had nothing to do with ordinary people. He still had to sell steamed buns today, so he had to sell them all before the rain started. Yes, old Lu, who had lived in Jinling for decades, had a wealth of experience. From his point of view, today's weather was a bit strange. Although the dark clouds were very thick and came very quickly, from his experience, this rain wouldn't come down for a while. "It's going to rain," in his new hiding place, the young prince, who had experienced indescribable pain last night, looked up at the gloomy sky. "The weather is not good. I don't know if it will delay things." The old servant knew what his master was talking about. He replied, "A rainy day will hinder the army's progress, but our dynasty is well equipped, and the roads are well maintained. In addition, the reinforcements are all elites, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem." King Zhongshuan nodded. He turned his head to ask Su Qin for his opinion, but he saw that his teacher was staring blankly at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. He asked, "Teacher?" Su Qin retracted his gaze. The complicated look in his eyes only lasted for a short moment. "This Su is here." "Teacher, what were you looking at just now?" "Nothing," Su Qin replied calmly. "I just feel that this bad weather really came at a bad time." "This prince thinks so too. It looks like it's going to rain heavily today. The dark clouds have gathered here, so it's definitely going to be a continuous downpour for several days." King Zhongshuan said faintly. "But killing people on a rainy night is quite romantic. The rain can wash away too many things." Su Qin seemed to have something on his mind. He only smiled faintly. "Yes." King Zhongshuan frowned slightly. He had also noticed Su Qin's neglect, but he didn't need to show his dissatisfaction. At least now wasn't the time. He still had to rely on this person. But in the future, he quietly retracted the cold, killing intent in his heart. After experiencing such a humiliating event last night, he was in a sorry state and had lost all of his elegance. At least a dozen people had seen him in his worst state. The culprit, Jiaing, naturally had to be torn to pieces, but these people who had seen things they shouldn't have seen, he had to find a way to make them shut up. Su Qin and Old Man Fu still had some skills, so he couldn't act rashly for the time being. But the others, no matter what, they were the future crown prince and even the emperor. He couldn't leave behind such a dirty stain. Putting aside the future for now, he took a deep breath and said to Su Qin, "According to our plan, the reinforcements will all be here by tonight at the latest. We've already transferred the Jinling general away, and the gate commander only needs an imperial edict. Sir, is it tonight?" Su Qin subconsciously looked up at the sky and hesitated for a moment. He was different from the young prince. Although he already had a plan in mind, when it came to it, he still felt a little uneasy. It was only when dissatisfaction slowly rose in King Zhongshuan's eyes that Su Qin reacted. He immediately said, "We'll do as you wish. But before that, we have to add one last flame to the Ronggue estate." The young prince was satisfied. He bowed and said, "Then I'll leave everything to Sir." In the morning, the weather was getting gloomier, but it still wasn't raining. This kind of weather was somewhat annoying, and it was more likely to arouse people's irritation. Everything was proceeding in an orderly and calm manner. The Shi family was very calm, the Wang family was very calm, and the Jinling estate was very calm. It was as if today was just an ordinary rainy day, and nothing would happen. The Ronggue estate was also very calm, but there was a gloomy melancholy in the calmness. This weather was like a portrayal of everyone's mood. Jia Tanchun had already secretly cried several times, let alone the other maids and servants. For the past few years, the old ancestor had always been the sky of the Rongwa mansion. But today they felt the most direct sense of despair. They were at a loss and their hearts were in turmoil because the sky of the Rongwa mansion was about to collapse. Under the surface of calm, someone was carefully and viciously manipulating all of this. After dawn, Jia Su went to visit Matriarch Sure again. The matriarch woke up briefly in the morning, and after vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood, she fell into a coma again. The Rongwa estate was in chaos again. Duke Ning was furious. After circulating energy for the matriarch, he felt her increasingly weak pulse. Jia Su's anger could no longer be contained. He almost didn't hide it as he ordered Shui Baochai to leave with him. Shui Baochai naturally wouldn't leave the matriarch. Jia Su took a step back and asked Jin Yuanyang, who was guarding the room, to leave. Jin Yuanyang was shot again. She walked out aggrievedly, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Jia Su pointed at the unconscious matriarch on the bed. His grandmother is already like this. Where is he now? Can he bear to look at her like this? Shui Baochai calmly said, Uncle, lower your voice. Also, we don't know. Maybe my husband has already rushed to Mingzhou. Maybe he has other plans. Her calmness made Jia Su even angrier. These two little girls' mysterious confidence in Sun Lang made him even angrier. You are husband and wife. This is related to the safety of the old lady. Don't you even ask? I think you are like that little bastard, being bewitched by Jia Ying. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He pointed at the matriarch and shouted, What if this time, because of his mistakes and inaction, the matriarch can't hold on? What will you say? Of course the murderer will pay with his life. Shui Baochai coldly said, Uncle, do you think that my husband is the one who caused the death of my grandmother? Wasn't that the case? Jia Su's eyes revealed such a meaning. Lin Daiyu calmly said, I think you are the one who has been bewitched. Jia Su's heart trembled. He looked at the two women in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly laughed and closed his eyes. I wanted to see him last night, but he didn't want to see me. I don't know where he is, and I don't know why he won't come out. But if he doesn't want to see me, I know how to force him to show himself. He stood up, raised his palms, and slashed at Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai came from the military and were already on guard against Jia Su. They were not surprised to see him attack. They both took a step back and held their weapons. Their eyes turned cold. Perhaps in the next moment, they would not hesitate to retaliate. But Jia Su's body stopped. It was as if an invisible force had controlled his body. This caused him to freeze on the spot. Only Jia Su himself knew what had happened. Moments later, Jia Su's face turned pale, and he staggered 2 steps back before regaining his footing. He looked at the two people in front of him with a complicated expression and suddenly laughed. You see, he's right here. He didn't go anywhere. He watched his grandmother vomit blood and watch her suffer on the bed, but he didn't move at all. Did he enter this room? Did he ever look at his grandmother, not even once? Jia Su laughed coldly, and his laughter was filled with mockery and disappointment. Then, he strode out of the room. Lin Daiyu whispered, Should we follow him? Shui Baochai shook her head. No, my husband has something to say to him. Sister Bao also sighed. She looked at the old madam lying on the bed, and then held Sister Lin's hand. They looked at each other and recalled Jia Su's words. Chapter 8:27. When Jia Su returned to the Ningguo mansion, he saw Sun Lang in the study room. Before Sun Lang could speak, Duke Ning had already asked a series of questions. I only want to ask you. Your grandmother was poisoned, and all the famous doctors in Jinling were helpless. It's hard to find a national doctor, and Lu Shuren is in Mingzhou. The situation is so serious. Have you gone to find someone? Sun Lang smiled and replied, she's already on the way. Jia Su was stunned for a moment before he asked, what's gu? Sun Lang replied honestly, it's the opposite of a pigeon. It means that she hasn't left yet. Jia Su was furious. Then what are you waiting for? Sun Lang shook his head. That's not how it works. Can Lu Shujian solve the problem? Was she sure that she could cure Grandma? Is it a good idea to leave Jinling? Jia Su gritted his teeth. She's your grandmother. I don't need you to remind me. Sun Lang said calmly. There's no guarantee to find a doctor. The best way to solve this problem is to get rid of the person who poisoned her. Do you really not understand? Jia Su was stunned. What do you mean? Sun Lang sneered. What do I mean? Last night, when I sent out the blazing angel, we were attacked by an unknown person. At the same time, the government office, Ningguo Mansion, and even Rongguo Mansion were targeted. If I wasn't prepared, the situation would be 100 times worse. Uncle, our enemy is waiting for me to leave Jinling. You're a wise man. Tell me, should I leave now? Jia Su said coldly. If you left last night, you could have come back this afternoon. So, do you want to waste your time here with the enemy? What if your grandmother can't hold on anymore? Sun Lang said slowly, life and death are fated. This is something that can't be helped. The only thing I can do is to send a few more people to accompany her so that she won't be lonely. Jia Su growled, she's already dead. What's the point of taking revenge? She worked hard her whole life. Are you going to let her leave like this? I will try my best not to let such a thing happen. What you said is only the worst possibility. Sun Lang's tone was very cold and calm. In the face of an external enemy, we should fight side by side. The more despicable the enemy is, the more we cannot compromise with them. Uncle, what are you doing now? Prince Zhong Shun's people poisoned your aunt, but instead of killing them, you're here blaming your nephew. Only a pig would do such a stupid thing. Are you a pig? How dare you speak to me like that? Jia Su was enraged. Sun Lang spread out his hand. Come on, in your eyes, I'm already an evil creature who doesn't care about my grandmother's life. What's so strange about mocking my uncle? Of course it's strange. Jia Su said slowly. I really didn't expect you to be so cold-blooded. Sun Lang said, oh, so what do you think I should do now? My blood boiled as I drove the blazing angel to Ming Province. Along the way I encountered a lot of enemies. After I killed my way out of the encirclement and arrived at Ming Province, I encountered another round of enemies. By the time I made my way back, the well-prepared Prince Zhongshuan's mansion had already ambushed Rongguo Mansion. They killed and captured a lot of people. Not only that, while I was rushing back and forth, the Bai clan castle was also uprooted. He smiled. What do you think I should do when that time comes? Like you said, when that time comes, what's the point of killing more people? Why don't you guys understand why I'm staying here? Why don't you guys understand why I'm here? Don't you know the ultimate goal of the person who set all of this up? Sun Lang asked a series of questions. The smile on his face showed deep fatigue and a hint of impatience. Especially you, Jia Su. His tone gradually turned cold. A few days ago, that's not what you said. You said that the most important thing is me and Xiang Dao. As long as the two of us are alive, Jia family will have hope. You mean, when necessary, Rongguo Manor and Ning Manor can be abandoned. Now you're asking me why I don't care about grandmother's pain and life. The contrast is too great. From a wise man with foresight and decisiveness to a short-sighted retard. Do you really think I can't see it? Do you really think I don't know what happened? You are too impatient. You have lost your mind. You are not even calm. Prince Shan is dead. He told you something before he died, didn't he? There are some things left on his body. Those are the things he told me. This is a trick to sow discord. It looks clumsy, but it's effective. Because the trick to sow discord is the truth. Sun Lang looked at the stunned Jia Su and slowly said, "You should have pretended that you didn't know anything. It's the greatest blessing to be stupid. Smart people often die faster than fools. But, at least you'll die with more understanding than fools." Jia Su moved. A clear and flawless sword chi shot out from his eyes. In an instant, a crystal-clear short sword appeared in Jia Su's hand. The Imperial Army's pearl sword, bestowed by the Imperial family. It was the family treasure and the sword of the Jia family head. Sun Lang caught the blade with 2 fingers and easily dispelled Jia Su's attack. He looked at the Imperial Army sword and said, "It looks good. This thing should be mine." Jia Su gritted his teeth and said, "It will never be yours in this lifetime." Sun Lang chuckled and said, "Don't be so sure." Just as he finished speaking, Jia Su felt his eyes brighten up. The sound of pearls and jade falling onto a plate rang out, and a dazzling sword chi flashed. This was clearly the sword chi of the pearl sword, but its target was, he screamed, and his hand went numb. He staggered backward, and his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Sun Lang had already held the pearl sword in his hand. The jade-like short sword was humming and emitting a clear sword chi. It was more dazzling than ever. Sun Lang looked at Jia Su in disbelief and said with a smile, "Wow, your sword is great." Jia Su suddenly yelled, "Someone!" Sun Lang said impatiently, "Save your energy. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, only 3 people can hear you. One is you, one is me, and one is, it's me." Someone walked in from outside the door. His head was slightly lowered and his face was expressionless as he walked to Sun Lang's side. It was Jia Sherdao. Jia Su widened his eyes and said in shock, "You," Jia Sherdao said in a low voice, "Father, this is the only way. I'm sorry you're too stubborn." "It's weird, isn't it? Also, don't look like that. And you, I'm talking to you too. Sherdao, you and your father are making me look like a bad guy." Sun Lang threw the pearl sword to his brother and said, "It's yours. This is the certificate of the head of the family. Take it out and scare your family members and servants." Jia Su already knew what Sun Lang wanted to do. He said angrily, "Despicable!" Just as he was about to struggle, he was kicked over by Sun Lang. "I've already said it. It's obviously the enemy who poisoned us and tried to sow discord. You actually kept attacking me. I'm also a victim. Damn it, is there still any law? So, Uncle, you're already old and confused. Give the opportunity to the young people." Jia Sherdao looked sympathetic. "Brother," Jia Su also shouted, "traitorous bastard! I'm your biological father, and you're in cahoots with him. Do you know what you're doing? Just kill me with your sword." Jia Sherdao's body trembled. He mumbled, "Father." Sun Lang squatted down and said pleasantly, "Stop yelling. Admit it. Uncle, you're old. Let Sherdao replace you. We brothers will lead the Jia family into a new era. You should sleep for a while. When you wake up, maybe the world will be different." Jia Su still wanted to yell, but Sun Lang had already pointed at him. Even though Duke Ning's family had a long history and extraordinary skills, he was still not strong enough to face an opponent like Sun Lang. After being hit by Sun Lang's finger, he felt his consciousness fading away. In the dark, he heard Sun Lang's words. "Don't worry, it's okay. Take the sword out and announce your father's last words. Oh, I mean the appointment. You're good at pretending to be an imperial envoy. This is the second time you've committed a crime, and it's someone you know. You'll be good at it." And then there was no more. The transfer of power in the Ning mansion went smoothly. After all, Jia Sherdao was his son and a general of Tianyuan. He had both ability and military achievements. It was just that he was scolded too often by his father, so everyone had the illusion that he was still a child. In fact, he had enough prestige and ability. The confidants and important members of the Ning mansion were all convinced and expressed their full support for the new leader. Then they joined forces against a common enemy and scolded the bandits who attacked Duke Ning. Everything was going smoothly, but the news still leaked out and reached Su Qin. How interesting! Su Qin looked at the message in his hand and said, "He went to the Rongwa mansion this morning." His face was ashen and he came back in anger. Not long after, he declared that he was in a coma. He told his son, Jia Sherdao, to temporarily take over the position of family head and entrusted the pearl sword to him. Haha, poor Duke Ning, your son isn't even on your side. He stroked his chin and smiled even more happily. This sounds very interesting. Originally, Jia Su's connection was dispensable, but now it seems, before he finished speaking, King Zhongshuan ran in excitedly. Sir, the heavens are helping us. The enemy has already panicked. We didn't send anyone to attack Jia Su, so from the current situation, Jia Su must have had a fierce argument with Jia Ying and then been put under house arrest. This is a great opportunity. Su Qin smiled. Your Highness is wise. Since Jia Ying has given us such a good opportunity, if we don't use it, wouldn't we be letting his good intentions down? King Zhongshuan said excitedly, Of course. Let's do it. Chapter 828. Time moved forward slowly but surely. The weather was getting gloomier and gloomier, and there was not a trace of sunlight. Looking up at the sky, the dark clouds rumbled down, and occasionally the dull sound of thunder could be heard, but there was still no rain. This kind of weather was already strange, because the gloomy weather continued to be gloomy, but it did not rain, so it was irritating. The darkening sky and thickening clouds were increasing the expected rainfall, which meant that a heavy rainstorm would get heavier and heavier. But it still hadn't rained. Is the weather in Jinling always so strange? King Zhongshuan, who grew up in the imperial capital, also noticed that the weather was a bit strange, and asked the people around him. Unfortunately, there was no southerner around, and no one could answer his question. Su Qin seemed to have something on his mind. He kept looking up at the sky, his eyes full of shock and suspicion, and some stupefied disbelief. The old servant was still as calm as ever as he reported to His Highness the intelligence and information. Jia Sherdao has already given orders in the Ningguo mansion, but there are no big movements. The Rongguo mansion is very quiet. Shui Baochai and Lin Dayu are guarding Matriarch Shi, and Jia Tanchun is taking care of the household affairs. The people's hearts are already in turmoil, and rumors are everywhere in the mansion. No one can suppress the situation. King Zhongshuan snorted. Jia Ying really can sit still. The old servant continued, according to the latest report from the scouts, the reinforcements are already halfway through the journey, and will arrive in Jinling in the afternoon. We have already finished the preparations, and it will be up to your Highness to make a detailed plan on how to act and how to fight. King Zhongshuan nodded slowly and then sneered. At this point, there is no need for a plan. Jia Ying is scheming because he can't do it alone, and we have the advantage. We just need to slap him. He looked at Su Qin and asked, What do you think, sir? Su Qin frowned slightly and looked at the old servant. Elder Fu, is there no movement in the Rongguo mansion? Yes. Su Qin murmured. That's strange. What is Jia Ying planning to do? It's useless. King Zhongshuan said to the old servant. Send more people to keep an eye on the Rongguo mansion. Time moved forward without stopping. King Zhongshuan was looking forward to it, but Su Qin was uneasy. When the matter came to a head, the two of them had different thoughts. One was a self-righteous and shallow person, the other was a cautious and doubtful person of wisdom. The depth of their consideration was different, so they had different reactions. Prince Zhongshuan excitedly waited for the arrival of the reinforcements, then he would send his troops to Rongguo Manor and win a beautiful victory, ruthlessly trampling the former Marshal Jia Ying to the ground. But Su Qin was worried. He was a little uneasy. Even if he had single-handedly created the current situation, even if he had foreseen this day, even if he could guess what would happen tonight, he still began to feel uneasy. Now that things had come to a head, all the plans had been made, and all the considerations had been considered. Everything would be left to fate. Everything was out of control, and the biggest variable was Sun Lang. That guy. You would never know what kind of earth-shattering movements he could cause. But no matter how worried he was, Ronghua Manor was still calm and peaceful. Nothing had happened. But in the afternoon, Su Qin suddenly looked up at the sky. Not long after, an urgent message came from a fast horse, saying that a huge iron bird had soared into the sky and headed north. It was referring to the blazing angel, Sun Lang's. There was finally movement at Ronghua Manor, but this movement made Su Qin even more confused. Prince Zhongshuan hurried over. The young lord wasn't that stupid, and he also felt that this movement was a little strange. Jia Ying obviously doesn't want to disperse his forces in these troubled times. Our plan is to provoke Jia Ying to attack Jia Ying. If possible, we will contact Jia Shidao, Xue Baochai and the others to pressure Jia Ying and force him to pick up Lu Shujian. Even if he doesn't go himself, it would be good to send his flying aircraft away. But now that he has joined forces with Jia Shidao to act first and put Jia Su under house arrest, the instigation doesn't stand. He has no reason to send his flying aircraft away. What is he doing? Su Qin pinched his forehead and shook his head. I don't know, Prince Zhongshuan frowned. Did he run away himself? Su Qin laughed. That's impossible. Facing the little prince's puzzled gaze, Su Qin quickly came up with an explanation. He couldn't tell the truth. Words like Sun Lang alone can hack us all to death, so even if we all run, it won't be his turn to run, could never be said out loud. Otherwise, everything would be ruined. So he said, Jia Ying can't run away or he wouldn't have come back. His grandmother, his fiancée and his family are all here. If he abandons his family and runs away, what will happen to his reputation? If word gets out, he won't be able to have a foothold in the imperial court. He will become a big joke. Prince Zhongshuan reluctantly accepted this reasonable explanation and smiled. Even if he doesn't run away, he will soon become a big joke. Su Qin didn't relax at all. He pondered and said, Your Highness, things might be a bit strange. He can't run away, and he put Jia Su under house arrest. No one in Jinling will come to stop him. Why did he send the blazing angel away at this time? Is he planning something? Prince Zhongshuan thought for a moment but couldn't figure it out. In the end, he shook his head. Forget it, let's not think about it. Maybe Jia Ying is thinking of some evil plan, but it's completely useless. Even if that flying aircraft goes all the way north to Mingzhou, will it be able to return safely? There are people waiting in the north. Su Qin paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Your Highness is right. Forget it, there was no need to think about it. In any case, whether it was the blazing angel or Lu Shuren, the main point of this matter had never been these. The situation of this game had already transcended beyond Jinling. The so-called four great families, the so-called serial murders, were nothing more than a maze to deceive the public. The important thing is, Sun Lang, we're going to hunt you down. Su Qin looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. After understanding this matter, the gloomy weather couldn't affect his mood. He smiled. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, in the imperial forbidden palace of the imperial capital. Your daughter still doesn't understand. The imperial capital was vast, like a palace of the highest heavens. A person walking in it was like a small ant. On the wide road next to the dragon ascending pavilion, a father and daughter walked side by side. A group of eunuchs and maids followed behind them cautiously, maintaining an absolute distance and not daring to take a step closer. This was because the father and daughter in front of them were the most respected people in the empire. The emperor was over 50 years old and had already grown a majestic beard. His hair was also dyed white. The empire worshipped martial arts, and the emperor was the symbol and embodiment of the empire. Naturally, he was also an extraordinary expert because of the many treasures and secret manuals in the imperial capital. Although the emperor usually didn't need to fight with others, having strong martial arts and profound internal strength often meant that one would always be healthy and live longer. For the emperor, having these benefits of martial arts was enough. At his current age, the emperor of the empire could be said to be in the prime of his life. During his reign, he won the Great War of Tianyuan that lasted for dozens of years. As the leader of the empire, this meant that his name would go down in history. It meant that his name would be left behind for generations. If there were no accidents, the title of emperor for thousands of years would not escape. If there were no accidents, therefore, dealing with accidents was his top priority. An empress came this time undoubtedly because of that accident. She raised a question to her imperial father. The emperor walked neither too fast nor too slow. As the emperor of the empire, he was very shrewd and aloof. He ruled over the officials and the people. The emperor called himself a loner because he had no friends and never told anyone his thoughts. Over time, he became a real loner. His voice was very pleasant and magnetic, just like every successful middle-aged man. He was calm, generous, and polite on the surface. He said with a smile, "Sure, do you still remember when I took you hunting when you were 5 years old?" Empress thought for a moment and nodded. "I remember. You took me to hunt. When we were chasing a water-splitting horned rhinoceros, you taught me some hunting principles." A child with an excellent memory was naturally likable, not to mention that this was a shared memory between father and daughter. As both the emperor and her father, he felt gratified. The emperor smiled and said, "The top principles in the world are generally the same. For example, hunting. How do you hunt a powerful beast?" Empress said, "Patience and choice." "Yes, that rhinoceros is very strong. Its skin is rough and its flesh is thick. Its vitality is extremely strong. In terms of strength and blood, there are very few warriors who can defeat it. But it still died in the hands of a group of humans who are far inferior to it." The emperor pointed to his head and heart. "The key is patience and choice. Because the beast is very fierce and powerful. The price of confronting it head-on is too high. So you have to surround it, consume its strength, and keep hurting it. But you can't hit it too hard. Because if you hurt it too much, it will go crazy regardless of the consequences. It won't think of running away anymore. Don't hit it at its vital parts. This will make it immediately understand its current situation. You have to bleed it slowly, bit by bit. This is choice. You have to look at the long term. You can even let it take advantage of you and let it feel that the situation is not so bad. So it will relax its vigilance and continue to fight. Just like this, you have to fight it patiently and choose wisely. In the end, it will realize that it has no strength and its blood is about to run out." The emperor said calmly, "Then we will win." Empress thought for a moment and nodded slowly. "I think I understand." "That's good." The emperor patted her shoulder. "You are very good. If you were not a woman, I am afraid that everything would have been settled by now. I know what you are thinking, and I have never stopped you. If a woman wants to sit in that position, she has to do more than a man. I am watching." Empress nodded calmly, not arrogant or impatient. "How are the arrangements in the Bai castle?" "Everything is ready." "That's good. Let us bleed it a little." After the emperor said a few words of encouragement, he left. The eunuchs and palace maids who followed him bowed to the empress concubine and then hurriedly followed their master. The great general of heavenly strategies stood in place and watched her father leave. Looking at his back, the most famous princess of the dynasty gently bit her lip. She did not understand. At least, there was one thing she did not understand. In her mind, she recalled the scene when she was 5 years old. Besieging and killing that ferocious beast was not an easy task. There was a price to pay. She had a good memory, and the memory of that day was particularly vivid. Even though they were patient and careful, they still paid a great price to hunt that ferocious beast. There were a total of 120 guards. 7 of them were killed, 15 were seriously injured, and 37 were slightly injured. Only then did they bleed the beast dry and exhaust its strength. She remembered the scene, the dead and the injured. She remembered that her imperial father had almost been injured as well. She also remembered that her imperial father had stepped on the beast's head and laughed complacently. She remembered that her imperial father had heavily rewarded the imperial bodyguards. Those who had died had pensions. Their families had received excellent care. Their children could enter the National Martial Arts School to practice martial art. Those who were alive had also received good treatment and reward. Everyone was satisfied, and even the dead felt satisfied. She also remembered the grateful faces of those guards. They were brave enough to show their bravery to the king, and they were willing to sacrifice their lives anytime and anywhere. There were too many such people in the country. For her father, the price of dozens of casualties was not worth mentioning at all, because the benefits and pleasure of killing that ferocious beast were far more than all the casualties. But that was just a besiegement. Empress felt a little cold in her heart. There was one thing she didn't dare to ask. There was no kinship in the royal family, and the emperor was a loner. Even if it was his own daughter, he would still have some reservations. Just like Empress, she didn't take her father's hint and encouragement to heart. If you want to be the emperor, you have to be clear that you can't trust anyone. Therefore, Empress only dared to put that question in her heart. Father, this besiegement is different from the past. The enemy is not a clumsy beast with only brute force and blood. He is cunning, powerful, and full of patience. He knows how to choose and is driven by hatred. He is the most deadly hunter in the world. But you seem to have the victory in your hand, and you don't feel anxious or anxious at all. Is it because you already have the victory in your hand? Or just like last time, you didn't care about the dozens of casualties? Is it the same this time? In your heart, if you can hunt the prey this time, no matter how big the price you pay, no matter how many losses you suffer, it is not worth mentioning at all. Is it like this? But this is your country. The people who died this time are not as many guards as you want. The people who died this time may be many, even so, it doesn't matter? The wind in the imperial city was strong. Empress suddenly felt very cold. Chapter 829. King Zhongshuan was very angry. How could this be, he thought. He was clearly going to get it done tonight. Although he had experienced the insignificant episode yesterday, the overall situation and the advantage were on his side. The timing, location, and people were all in his favor. Other than the geographical advantage, he had everything else in his hands. Jia Ying's audacity, faking an imperial edict, and stirring up trouble in Jinling, these were all petty tricks. Once the imperial power swept over them, they would immediately collapse. Without the support of the imperial power, they would have to meet force with force. But when it came to war, one had to rely on numbers and the strong to bully the weak. He wrote a letter and called for many helpers. There were a lot of people, and there were also experts, such as his elder brother Li Yuanba, the guests of his uncle's family, the experts of Prince Zhong Shun's residence, and Su Qin and Old Man Fu. Whether it was in terms of numbers or quality, it was not something that Jia Ying, who had desperately escaped from the great desolate mountain, could compare to. Not to mention, he had also lost his sacred sword. This was originally a sure-win situation. Taking advantage of the situation, taking advantage of the name, and taking advantage of the number of people, he only needed to gather his men and horses, encircle them, and crush them fair and square. Forging an imperial edict was a great traitor and a traitor. With this, he basically did not need to fabricate any other charges, and he would be able to take down his entire family justifiably, and deal with them however he wanted. It was supposed to be like this. But now King Zhongshuan felt very disgusted and angry. How should he put it? It was like a mosquito. You could kill it with a slap, but you couldn't catch it or find it. It would buzz in your ear, disgusting. The young prince felt very disgusted. Because, damn it, it's happening again. Outside it was a cloudy day. Although it wasn't raining, everyone knew that a storm was inevitable. But now, at this time, the hooligans and scoundrels from last night seemed to have caught up on their sleep and were running around again. The same slogan, the same scene, reminded King Zhongshuan of a familiar smell. He vaguely smelled the smell of shit. Maybe it was an illusion, but he was very angry right now. Eat shit, Zhongshuan bastard. Similar slogans could be heard on the streets and alleys of Jinling. The young prince kicked over the table in front of him and shouted, "Kill! Send people to kill them! Kill them now! Kill them all! Let's see who dares to shout!" Su Qin said helplessly, "Young prince, calm down. This is Jia Ying's desperation. I know. But I can't." King Zhongshuan roared. "Some of the reinforcements have already entered the city. My imperial brother will be here soon. This kind of thing is spread all over the city. What will happen to this prince's face? If Imperial Father knew that I had suffered such a big loss, he would definitely be disappointed." Su Qin was speechless for a moment. Then, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obviously the same trick, but it actually made this guy fall for it twice. Moreover, it was for different reasons and in different positions, but it still didn't work. "Your Highness, first of all, this must be Jia Ying's scheme. Secondly, even if you kill a few waves of people, what's the use? The hoodlums are all over the city. If you want to teach them a lesson, you should wait until after tonight." Su Qin comforted the young prince. It wasn't like he needed money to say this, so there was no harm in saying more. Right now, it's just Jia Ying's desperation. He's running out of tricks, so he wants to make you panic. But you can't panic now. You have to wait until everything is arranged, and then take them down in one fell swoop. Once you catch Jia Ying, last night's matter will vanish like smoke and the victor will have all the power to speak. The young prince's eyes softened a little. If you win, then nothing will matter. All the small setbacks will be hidden under the light of victory. No one will care about the small losses you've suffered, because the glory of defeating Jia Ying will be incomparably dazzling. Compared to that, some negative remarks will be nothing more than empty rumors. Hearing this earnest advice, King Zhongshuan finally calmed down for the time being. But he was still angry. But after comforting the young prince, Su Qin couldn't help but feel gloomy. When it came down to it, Sun Lang's every move was so unpredictable. He couldn't control it, and it made him feel disgusted. "What do you want?" Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds hung in the sky for an entire day, so dark that it was frightening. But the expected heavy rain didn't come yet. King Zhongshuan's hiding place finally welcomed his guests. The lights in the room were already lit, and a map was spread out on the table. People of noble status, people with military power, and people with strong martial arts sat around the table, discussing in low voices and making arrangements. King Zhongshuan frowned, his finger pointing on the map. He wanted to set up an inescapable net, and no one would be able to escape. Not only do we have to defeat Rongwa Manor, but we also have to completely crush them and split them up. King Zhongshuan glanced at Su Qin. "Sir, go save Jia Su and wake him up. Duke Ning himself is more persuasive than Jia Sherdao. He must be furious right now, and wants to settle accounts with his unfilial son. We can make him fulfill his promise." Su Qin nodded slowly, but hesitation appeared on his face. King Zhongshuan frowned slightly. "Sir, do you have any other questions?" Su Qin looked up at the faces of the people around him. Everyone was looking at him. Some had curiosity in their eyes, some were probing, and some were provocative and disdainful. Those who could discuss a grand plan with King Zhongshuan here weren't ordinary people. They were either people of high status or strong martial arts. Such people must be arrogant and conceited, so it wasn't strange for them to have such expressions. Now that everyone was gathered together to do something big, their morale must be high, but Su Qin instinctively felt uneasy. Although he had expected this day, he still felt uneasy when it came to it, because he couldn't grasp the direction of the future. Whether it was sowing discord or conspiracies, all of this could be calculated, predicted, and controlled. But now it was all out of control. It was like a chariot that had been accelerated to the extreme. The enemy was right in front of you, and you could only crash into it. You had done everything you could, but the consequences were unpredictable. No one knew what would happen if you crashed into it. He hesitated, wondering if he should advise King Zhongshuan to wait a little longer. For example, wait until tomorrow, and continue to waste time with Sun Lang. They could afford it anyway. But he saw King Zhongshuan's sinister gaze, as if reminding him not to do anything he shouldn't do. He sighed inwardly. Why would anyone rush to their deaths in this day and age? How stupid. He was about to say something when he suddenly saw light outside the window. A flash of light that illuminated the world suddenly erupted, followed by a rumbling sound. Then everyone heard the sound of raindrops. The rain came quickly, and in almost an instant it was pouring down, and the air was filled with water vapor. Someone in the room said, "It's finally raining." Su Qin's heart twitched. "It's finally here in the Jinling government office." Jia Yutsuan looked at the roaring rain, hesitated for a moment, and then shouted, "Guards! Call the Diensher of the 6th branch here. If anyone doesn't come, I'll take care of them with my axe." Perhaps the image of the first old master holding a sharp axe last night was too deeply ingrained in people's hearts, but the guards didn't waste time and immediately responded, and split up to find the Diensher of the 6th branch. After giving the order, Jia Yutsuan looked at the roaring rain outside and muttered to himself, "They're taking action after the rain? How can they be so accurate?" In the Shi family, Shi Ichuan looked at the rain outside and took a deep breath. "Let's begin." In the Ningguo mansion, Jia Shidao gathered all the family guards and said lightly, "Open the door and let them in. Do you all remember what to do? Father isn't here, so you have to work hard and don't disappoint him." Everyone roared in response. In the Rongwa mansion, Shui Baochai and Lin Daiyu looked at the pouring rain outside, then turned to the nervous Jia Tanchun and said, "Let's begin. Trust us." Tanchun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "You must protect Grandma." "Of course." Then came the orders. The Dowager Duchess was unconscious, Wang Shifeng was missing, and Jia Tanchun, Lin Daiyu, and Shui Baochai were the most powerful people in the Rongwa mansion. Under the orders, the entire Rongwa mansion began to move. Although some people didn't understand and some panicked, the orders were carried out. Soon, King Zhongshuan received the news. "Oh no!" The young prince slapped the table and stood up, shouting, "They're trying to escape!" King Zhongshuan understood. He completely understood. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. He completely understood. So that was it. This cunning guy. He wanted to escape with his family. He was stirring up trouble outside. He was calm and unmoving like a mountain. It was all to cover up his true motive. Indeed, all the men in the Rongwa mansion were dead, and Jia Ying only had a few real family members. 1 or 2 carriages could take them all away. So that was it. How could he let him do as he wished? King Zhongshuan shouted, "Send the signal. Everyone move out. Let's go there now. Surround the Rongwa mansion. No one can escape. Let's move out now. Move out." Su Qin suddenly stood up. "Your Highness." King Zhongshuan didn't listen to his nonsense this time. He pointed at Su Qin and shouted, "Teacher, you go to the Rongwa mansion. You must find Jia Su and wake him up. We're going to the Rongwa mansion, now. Send the signal immediately. Have the people lying in ambush move out quickly. Guard the gate, charge into the mansion, take control of the men, and occupy every corner. Don't let anyone escape. Don't let the enemy's scheme succeed." Everyone roared in response, then immediately left. As for Su Qin's stunned and enlightened gaze, who would pay attention to a mere strategist? Although it was raining heavily, the special signal flare from Li Hua still exploded in the air. Then, a roar sounded in the dark city. The troops that had been arranged in advance and the well-prepared elites rushed out of their hiding places in the shortest time possible. Their murderous aura tore apart the curtain of rain. King Zhongshuan put on his raincoat and mounted his horse. He pulled out his gleaming saber and galloped through the rainy night, shouting, "Jia Ing, I'm coming to kill you." Chapter 830. People had human nature, but they also had bestial nature. The elements of war and destruction were rooted in the blood. People had evil in their hearts. Sometimes, they only needed a small catalyst to turn an honest farmer into a cruel and bloodthirsty demon. Some things, once started, couldn't be stopped. Just like the current King Zhongshuan. The moment he mounted his warhorse and unsheathed his long blade, the blood in his entire body began to boil. Behind him were his loyal and devoted guards, and the rumbling of the horses' hooves shook his ears. He led his men to charge through the curtain of rain, and charged towards the destination he had long memorized. This was his plan, his revenge, his great undertaking. Tonight, he would take a crucial step towards the supreme throne. Yes, it was very simple. All they had to do was to crush them. Elite troops, top-notch experts, and a well-planned encirclement net would overwhelm them. No one would be able to escape. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. Tonight, the heavy rain, just like the weather, brought despair to everyone. Not only Jiaing, but everyone in the Rongwa manor. No one would be able to escape. They would cry in fear, struggle and collapse in the rain. No one would be able to save them, just like no one would be able to stop all of this. Su Qin moved through the rainy night. Even if he could use his internal energy to block the raindrops, he did not do so. This think tank of the Wang Fu used a thick cloak to cover his entire body and quickly flew in the direction of Ningguo Fu. When he heard the hurried sound of horse hooves, he even tilted his head to look in that direction. He saw the little Wang Yi wildly shouting in the rain. The madness before destruction, he sneered in his heart. He didn't want to care about the life and death of King Zhongshuan. This was originally a game of chess. Playing chess, one had to make choices. The true goal had to be covered under layers of cover. Everything else could be sacrificed, as long as the final goal could be reached. What Jinling, what Rongwa Manor, what old matriarch Shi, what King Zhongshuan Manor, none of them were important. The important thing was Sun Lang. The important thing was that they wanted to hunt you. They wanted to leave a light but painful cut on your body. Because they wanted to hunt you. This was only the beginning, and they wanted to wait for you to step into the final trap. This was the ultimate goal, and all actions had to serve this goal. For this, there were too many people who could be sacrificed, and for this, there were too many methods that could be used as long as this goal could be achieved. And Su Qin's current actions were to ensure that the ultimate goal could be achieved. His strength was extraordinary, his kung fu was unfathomable, and his speed was even faster than a horse. Not to mention, it was a stormy night, so no matter what, the speed of a horse would be slower. Therefore, he was able to catch up with King Zhongshuan from afar. He saw that the city was already in chaos, and the sound of hooves and hooves could be heard everywhere. He did not know how many people were moving in the dark. Horses, people's roars, and swords flashing, countless malicious intentions tore apart the curtain of rain. They would be put to good use. Perhaps your martial arts are strong enough to kill all of them even in a head-on confrontation. But now, on a stormy night, people who have long been prepared are attacking from all directions. Their malice is endless, and everyone is unafraid of death. Even if you take action to get rid of them, how long will it take? How troublesome would that be? During this period of time, how many disturbances would the people of Rongwa Manor suffer? How big of a commotion would the entire Jinling city cause? This is not a trivial matter, not at all. Even if no one can hurt you tonight, it will be enough to make you fight in the rain. It won't hurt you, but it will dampen your spirit. It will also serve as a reminder to the restless onlookers, reminding them to pay attention to certain things. Because it's a double insurance. Not only can you use it, we can use it too. While you're fighting in the rain and killing people to protect the Jia clan, the Empire will emerge victorious on another battlefield. Or there's a third battlefield. The Bai clan fort and even the Ming province. The Empire's advantage and victory will dampen your spirit. It will make those who are wavering between the two sides realize the truth. The Empire will not shed all pretense of cordiality with you, but the Empire will cross your bottom line. Every human has a bottom line. Humans are fragile creatures, and they will always have such concerns. For example, Shui Baochai, Zhao Yunlong, and your good friends in Mingzhou. If they died, you would definitely go crazy immediately and fight to the death with everyone. Because you know very well that you are very wise. You will not give us a second chance. This is your temperament. But what if no one dies? What if you just suffer a small loss and lose a small advantage, but it's still acceptable? If no one dies and things are not that bad. If that's the case, will you flip the table? Will you drag the Empire into the war? Will you be willing to face the complicated looks of your new friends? You won't because you have concerns. The moment when the dust settled on the Great Barren Mountain, it was the most dangerous moment in the world. You chose to take revenge at that time, and now this country must be burning with the flames of war, but you didn't do it at that time. You actually spent 2 years to change back to the way you used to be. You are still this kind of person after all. So, this is the reason. Cross your bottom line and press on step by step, as if nothing has happened. Slowly, bit by bit, dampen your spirit, bit by bit, and trap you. This is what you once said, killing with a soft knife is more fatal. Just like tonight. The Empire is the Empire, and we have a way in the end. Even if the process is a bit tortuous, a bit long, we have patience, and we will choose. As long as we can hunt you down, as long as we can take you down, then all of our efforts and sacrifices will be meaningful. Su Qin gritted his teeth and sped up. Yes, that's it. So, there is nothing to be afraid of. He won't be able to struggle for long. He rushed to Ningguo Mansion at a very fast speed. Su Qin soon found the elites who had been lying in ambush nearby. He listened to the sounds around him. As the signal flare was sent out, all the arrangements were launched together. The original plan was to set fire to the mansion, but under the heavy rain, no fire could burn. But it didn't matter. He heard the roars and roars resounding in the surroundings. He didn't know how many people had surrounded Rongwa Manor, but they kept letting out intimidating roars. The door had been broken, and the threat of slaughter and plunder had descended upon this dilapidated manor. It was facing the last catastrophe. Not all of our men are in place yet, and the follow-up team hasn't caught up, so we haven't rushed in yet. We're just guarding our positions and contacting each other. Don't let anyone escape. The captain guarding here quickly reported. Ningguo Manor is also in chaos. Jia Sherdao is gathering men. Su Qin hesitated. Is there any movement at Rongwa Manor? Have our men been annihilated? So far there are no signs of battle, and we haven't lost contact with any team. Su Qin's heart beat violently. This was the most difficult thing to endure. Compared to calm, he was more willing to hear some intense news. For example, a monster was rampaging, or a peerless master with sword energy was harvesting everyone at high speed, even if it was a ground full of corpses. But why was it so quiet now? How could it be so calm? Sun Lang, you really can sit still. He took a deep breath. In front of him was the door of Ningguo Manor. At this moment, this quiet Ningguo Manor might be a trap. If he went in to find Jia Su now, he might run into that person. But why shouldn't he go? That's why I'm here. It's not a heavy but painful cut on him. I have to figure it out. I have to figure out what he wants to do. He glanced at the captain beside him and said, "Take your men and follow me. Damn it, let's drag some people down with us first." Su Qin was the military advisor of the Wang mansion. He had a high status and the power to give orders. Naturally, no one questioned his orders, and they were carried out thoroughly. A team of elite men of sacrifice in armor followed him over the wall and rushed into the Ningguo mansion. "Where is Jia Su?" The captain answered, "I heard he was injured and unconscious, so he's moved back to the backyard." "Let's go there." Su Qin thought. Jia Su is still useful, so don't hurt people. At this time, the movements in the surroundings seemed to have affected the sensitive nerves of the Ningguofu. The maids and servants who did not have the ability to fight were confined in the house, and the courageous guards were gathered together. This actually caused the internal defense to be empty, forming a vacuum belt that could be driven straight in. When they rushed in, no one stopped them. The men of sacrifice were stunned, and Su Qin felt uneasy. But even if he was uneasy, he had to go in. Su Qin knew the layout of Ningguo Manor by heart. He pushed aside the trusted aide guarding the door, and rushed into the room amidst the screams of the servant girls. Jia Su was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Su Qin's heart jumped, and he assumed a defensive posture. If this was the case, Sun Lang might be hiding in the dark and want to sneak up on him. But the next moment, he let down his guard. The reason was simple. If Sun Lang shamelessly hid and sneaked up on him, he would not be able to dodge it. He charged at Jia Su and slapped his body repeatedly. His true qi circulated and his inner strength rose. After a while, Jia Su opened his eyes. "Little bastard." Su Qin patted his face and let out a long sigh. "You still mean what you said before, right?" Jia Su's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Of course." "Then follow me." Jia Su, the first variable, had successfully joined the battle. This meant that the battle tonight was about to reach its climax. At least, Jia Sherdao would not be able to stop his own father. It also meant that Sun Lang was going to have a public falling out with his uncle. 1,000 miles away, nearby castle, a group of people appeared in the dark. The leader was a man and a woman. The armor behind them spread out silently. The man was silent. A moment later, the woman broke the silence. She looked at him and smiled sweetly. "Medicine Master, shall we begin?" "Let's begin. Persuade them to surrender. Don't start a war easily. Take down by castle as quickly as possible and maintain order. This is our mission." Amid the clanging sound, it was as if the moon had descended from the sky. A stunning cold light was unsheathed, and there was a faint dragon's roar. This was the flying sword dragon reclining moon of the 24th Regiment of the Imperial Army. Beside him, a phoenix's cry resounded. A river of fire flowed into the sky, and the shining light cut through the dark night sky. 8 sounds of Ganzhou, great saber phoenix flash fire. Chapter 831. Putting on a raincoat, Jia Su and Su Qin rushed out side by side. He heard the shouts from afar and felt the strange atmosphere in Ningguo Mansion. He asked loudly, "What's going on?" Su Qin answered concisely, "Sun Lang is probably running away." Jia Su was stunned. "What?" The wise man said, "Is it hard to understand? He only wants to protect a few people. He can take a carriage away, no matter how many soldiers come after him. He can still hold them off." Jia Su said angrily, Child's play. Child's play. Is he going to run away? Su Qin was faintly angered by the question. In fact, he also didn't know what Sun Lang wanted to do. This bastard never played his cards according to common sense. If you ask me, how would I know? You'll understand when you get there, he said. Remember our arrangement? Jia Su shouted coldly. I should be the one asking you that. Remember our agreement? Of course, Su Qin said. I've never hidden anything from you. The two of them rushed all the way to the east with a group of henchmen. Gradually they heard voices. A small door had been opened on the eastern wall of the Ningguo mansion, and people were rushing in. Other than that, they could hear Jia Sherdao shouting, Come here! Come here! Come here! Follow the crowd! Someone will take care of you! When Jia Su heard the voice, he could not help but be enraged and roared, Little bastard! Even though it was a rainy night, the loud and angry roar with internal force could still be heard from afar. The voice was very familiar, and even Jia Sherdao and the soldiers who were responsible for maintaining order were shocked. Jia Sherdao looked back in disbelief, and he could see the man's face mixed with surprise and fear from afar. It was as if he had done something bad and was caught red-handed by his father. He called out to his father with mixed feelings, his voice full of uneasiness and anxiety. But Jia Su didn't give him a chance to speak. He pointed at him and scolded, Bastard! What are you doing? Unfilial son, if you want to rebel, why don't you just kill your father with a knife? As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they didn't know why the old master was clearly unconscious, but they weren't stupid. With just a few words they could tell that something was wrong. The smartest people had already distanced themselves from Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao froze for a moment, then shouted, Father, now is not the time to talk about this. First, let all the people from Ronggua Manor in, then organize a defense. There are many people with bad intentions outside. Little bastard, you even want to lay your hands on your own father. How can you be so kind? Who knows what you're up to? Jia Su strode over and yelled, Men, tie this little bastard up. Things were going too fast, and the family guards were all confused. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Jia Sherdao looked at the vigilant people around him, and his handsome face became ferocious. He shouted, Father, don't force me. And all of you, what are you looking at? I have a gold medal here. Are you going to act rashly? Jia Su shouted, His gold medal is fake. Jia Sherdao roared, Father! The father and son stared at each other for a moment through the pouring rain. Jia Sherdao's face looked sad as he murmured, Father, don't force me. Now is not the time to joke. It's almost too late. Jia Su was silent for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand dispiritedly. Help me knock this little bastard out. Of course, this was for Su Qin. No matter what, it was not good for father and son to kill each other. Su Qin understood this feeling. He was half vigilant and half irritated. When was a hidden arrow the most threatening? It was when it was not shot out. Until now, Sun Lang had not made a move. This made him feel very bad. Let's take down this little guy first. Thus, Su Qin moved and rushed toward Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao looked at the stranger in front of him and was confused for a moment. Who are you? Then he knew that it didn't matter who it was. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was a critical and dangerous situation. He might not have the courage to fight with his father, but he did not mind killing others, such as the person who was blocking his way. The sword gleamed brightly, and the white jade-like short sword pierced through the middle, creating a stunning sharpness. The Imperial Army's pearl sword. Su Qin was shocked. It was just a piece of scrap metal. He used his finger to meet the tip of the sword. This move sent his weapon flying, and the next move would take down this kid. The finger and the sword collided, and their internal forces collided. Jia Sherdao's body shook, and with a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood into the rain. The pearl sword fell out of his hand, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Su Qin was shocked at first. Did I hit him that hard? Then he heard Jia Su's angry roar from behind. I told you not to hurt him. There were also footsteps. Jia Su was rushing over. Su Qin glanced at Jia Sherdao, who had fallen to the ground, and was about to explain when he felt the murderous intent. It came from behind. Not good. Alarm bells rang in his head. With his cultivation, he had already reached the upper tier of heart following heart. Even if Jia Su were to launch a sneak attack, he would be able to block it easily. That should have been the case. Su Qin's expression changed drastically. His entire body froze, because at this moment, something that had been sleeping deep in his body for a long time had just received some kind of stimulation and suddenly exploded in the fiercest way. It was the sword energy from before. In the sky, he had stopped the seraph, and then the brilliant sword energy had pushed the flames, steam, and lightning to explode and engulf him. He had fled as fast as he could, and later praised his fast reaction. But now, it seemed that he had not dodged it, and a tiny sword energy had taken root. But why didn't the sword energy attack me directly when it was planted in my body? This thought came to Su Qin's mind. This tiny sword chi suddenly exploded. Although the quantity was small, the quality was extremely high. Moreover, there was a clash of attributes, so it exploded. The timing was extremely accurate, just when he was shocked and angry, causing his reaction to be delayed for a short moment. It only needed a moment. At this moment, Jia Su took the pearl sword that Jia Sherdao had thrown out and stabbed directly. While Su Qin's body froze, the sharp sword tip pierced through his back. Then, it exploded even more violently and even sucked. Su Qin suddenly let out a crazy roar. At this moment, this strategist lost all his composure, because a terrifying force was tearing his body apart and attracting his soul. He shouted in shock and anger, This is not the pearl sword. The white jade-like sword energy dissipated, and was replaced by a brilliant gold. Seeing this, Su Qin roared in grief and anger, You still have the face to laugh at the Rider Wheel King. At the same time, Jia Sherdao had flipped over, and the real pearl sword flew out of his hand. 2 grenades flew out of his sleeves, and he bit off the rings before throwing them at the Wang Mansion's men of sacrifice further away. He roared madly, Do it! In the midst of the explosion, the pearl sword pierced through the air. Taking advantage of the flames, the archers who were lying in ambush nearby rushed out of their houses and rained down arrows. Although the heavy rain would cause the bowstrings to lose their strength, they were still able to shoot a few rounds. The first wave of killing tonight had begun. Su Qin spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and the power in his body became chaotic. Jia Su let go of the sword hilt after one attack, and took 2 steps back to keep a distance from him. This was just the caution of a wise man. It seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Su Qin staggered a few steps and sat on the ground. He barely managed to turn over and said with a weak smile, So that's how it is? I was always worried that Sun Lang would jump out and beat me up, but he had already calculated everything. Jia Su didn't speak. He didn't have the habit of explaining things to a dying enemy. Since they were enemies, it was good to die without knowing anything. He was even considering if he should finish them off. Su Qin said slowly, How infuriating. Now it seems that he never took me seriously. Jia Su still didn't speak. How boring. Answer me, Jia Su. Answer a question that's not that important. Su Qin looked at Duke Ning with pure confusion in his eyes. I thought that you would betray me, but I still couldn't understand. I've done everything I could. I didn't even lie to you. Sun Lang's real identity, what he did to the empire, his threat to the country, his hatred for the Jia mansion, these are all true. I didn't lie, absolutely not, so, can you tell me why you still chose to stand on Sun Lang's side after knowing the truth? Su Qin said slowly, Forget about Zhao Yunlong and the others. They believe in Sun Lang, no matter what his name is. You don't know him well, and he's been avoiding you. Is that important? Jia Su asked. You'd better stay put. Su Qin shook his head and said, No, I want to know why you won't tell me. Why don't you tell me about it? Perhaps, if I'm happy, I can tell you something interesting. Jia Su hesitated. At this moment, he subconsciously turned around and glanced behind him. Jia Sherdao had already charged forward, and the pearl sword was flying in the air, happily finishing him off. The two were far away, and they couldn't hear anything in the heavy rain. So Duke Ning lowered his voice and spoke quickly, as if he didn't want to say more. The reason is actually not complicated, and it has nothing to do with weighing, scheming, pros and cons. What really made me make up my mind was what I saw and heard in the past few days, and some insignificant things. Su Qin was confused. What is it? In conclusion, it can be summed up in one sentence, Jia Su said softly. My son trusts him, and I trust my son. Su Qin said in disbelief, That's it? It's not simple at all. Jia Su smiled faintly. You don't have a son, do you? His voice was very soft, and his back was facing Jia Sherdao. So he couldn't hear him, so he didn't know. Chapter 832. Su Qin was stunned and then chuckled. The torrential rain fell from the sky, drenching his face. He fell to the ground with a sword in his chest. He was battered and exhausted. It seemed like he had already lost, and he might not even be able to keep his life, but he was still smiling. Jia Su took 2 steps back without a trace. Su Qin just smiled. He glanced at the sword in front of his chest and said with difficulty, At this time, you are still so cautious? Sun Lang had already calculated everything, including this sword that he specially made. This sword was prepared for me, because he already knew who I was and what I was. Jia Su said indifferently, Then you should talk less and reminisce about the good things in your life. Su Qin shook his head and said, No, I only live for one thing in my life. There's nothing good to remember. The good things I look forward to are in the future, Jia Su said. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. Su Qin's smile was somewhat gloomy and expectant. Do you think you've already won? Jia Su frowned and said, What are you trying to say? Su Qin simply lay on the ground with his hands and feet spread out, forming the character. He looked like he was about to face Su Qin and said indifferently, Do you think I will say it? Jia Su said, Sherdao, call your brother here. Jia Sherdao was almost done with the last hit. He answered loudly, Yes. Su Qin snorted. Sun Lang. He's only one person. Tonight, by family castle, Jinling, and even Mingzhou will attack at the same time. No matter how strong he is, can he cut through the void with countless clones? He can only focus on Jinling. There's nothing he can do about by family castle and Mingzhou. He looked at Jia Su and sneered. An old woman sure. He can't even get a doctor. Jia Su's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, Where's the antidote? Antidote? Su Qin seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He couldn't help but laugh with his eyes closed. Antidote? What antidote? It's not poison at all. Jia Su was shocked. He stepped forward and shouted, What did you say? Tell Sun Lang that he won't be able to escape. Su Qin forced himself to raise his head and gave Jia Su a creepy smile. I really wish to live a few more days and see with my own eyes, see, ha 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 ha. Then he broke down. Like porcelain, a shattered shell appeared on his face, and a demonic light shot out from the cracks. A terrifying power surged in his body, and at the same time, the invisible sword in his chest emitted an even more dazzling light, suppressing the surging energy. Su Qin's face was already full of cracks. His lips trembled, revealing an unhappy expression. Fuck, you still want to self-destruct, you little bastard, you still have so many tricks up your sleeve. Then, his entire body dissipated, turning into ashes that swept up into the sky and disappeared with the wind. Jia Su's heart sank. Everything had happened so quickly that most people did not even have time to react. Jia Su glared at them. What are you waiting for? Quickly evacuate the people of Rongwa Manor. As he spoke, he rushed forward and casually pulled a servant of Rongwa Manor and asked, Where's the old madam? Third miss? Where are the 2 young mistresses? The servant stammered, Third miss is evacuating us, but I don't know where the old madam is. Jia Su secretly gritted his teeth. Su Qin's last words were still echoing in his mind. This might be the last trick or the last threat, but it could also be the last scheme. He glanced in the direction of Rongwa Manor and clenched his fists. But in the end, he gave up and began to maintain order and assist in the evacuation. In the midst of his busy work, he looked at Rongwa Manor, which was next door, with mixed feelings. Jiaing no, Sun Lang, I hope you won't betray Xiangdao's trust. I hope you can do what you say. I hope you can handle everything well today. The chaos in Rongwa Manor was gradually getting out of hand. The battle cries outside were getting closer and closer, and the people surrounding the manor were getting into position. Perhaps in the next moment, they would launch an earth-shattering attack. In a hidden courtyard in the manor, Jin Yuanyang had already changed into a soft armor and held 2 Amei water splitters. She kept looking out of the window and said anxiously, Young mistress, can we just stay here? Let's protect the old madam and rush out before the enemy closes in. Lin Daiyu calmly shook her head. It's right here. It's very hidden. Don't worry, the reinforcements will come soon. The old madam's body can't withstand the bump. Yuanyang glanced at the old madam lying on the bed, and her eyes gradually turned red. If the old madam sees the turmoil tonight, Sister Lin said softly, she will get better. Shui Baochai has already gone to pick up the doctor. Jin Yuanyang was stunned. Which doctor would be willing to come now? Moreover, several top doctors in Jinling have already come, but they are helpless about the old madam's condition. As soon as she finished speaking, there were hurried footsteps outside. Shui Baochai shook off the raindrops on her body and rushed in. She threw her raincoat aside and said concisely, The doctor is here. Yuanyang looked back, but there was no one behind Shui Baochai. She said in surprise, Young mistress. At this moment, the sword in Shui Baochai's hand rose into the air. A faint purple light appeared on the sword, and it flew toward the old madam. Get out of the way, let me see. Jin Yuanyang, stay away. The sword could speak, which was already very scary, not to mention that it knew her. Yuanyang was shocked. You, who are you? How do you know me? The sword's tone was a bit heavier. Get out. Why do you always yell at me? Sister Yuanyang saw Shui Baochai's eyes and walked out aggrievedly. The sword floated in the air, and the light purple light continued to sprinkle on the old madam's body. Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai walked forward. Sister Lin curiously asked, Are you Aunt Lu? The sword spirit said angrily, No. Sister Lin nodded and then asked, I see. Brother is trying to create a diversion. Anyway, he invited Lu Shuzhen, so it's the same no matter which one he invited. How did you come here? The sword spirit heard this and snorted heavily. Everyone could hear the sullenness and annoyance in her voice. Your husband is really a good-for-nothing. When he went back and forth between Jinling and the Bai family castle, he controlled the gold orb sacred sword to make a long tunnel underground. He was originally very good at doing this. Ever since he got Bai Yue's gold orb sacred sword, he has become the ancestor of pangolins and groundhogs. That's how I came here. She said indignantly, F***ck, I feel like I've turned into an earthworm. I can even smell the soil. Shui Baochai heard this and her expression changed slightly. Then the Bai family castle. Lu Shuzhen said indifferently. He has already arranged everything. Since he said so and Siewei agreed, I came here. Aren't you doing the same thing? Shui Baochai and Lin Daiyu looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, the sword spirit exclaimed in surprise. How did this happen? Sister Bao was shocked. She was just about to ask for more details when the shouting outside suddenly became several times louder. Lin Daiyu said indifferently, They're here. Shui Baochai asked, Sister Lu, what did you just say? The old lady's condition is very strange. The sword spirit said, her body seems to be. At this moment, Jin Yuanyang jumped down from the roof and said anxiously, Thieves! Thieves are coming this way. They seem to know where we are. Shui Baochai and Lin Daiyu's expressions froze at the same time. They looked at Jin Yuanyang with sharp eyes. Jin Yuanyang was stunned at first, but then she shouted, It's not me. It's okay if it's you. Lin Daiyu put the spear in her hand down and said, Close the door. Stay there and don't come closer. Don't act rashly. We'll continue to wait. Shui Baochai nodded. Sister Lu, please continue. Jin Yuanyang opened her eyes wide. The thieves were coming in an instant, but these two young madams were not anxious. They said that there were reinforcements coming. Were they so confident? In the rainy night, Qing Wen was running. It was impossible to say that she didn't regret it. Third Miss clearly arranged for the evacuation. Naturally, she had her reasons. She only needed to listen to the arrangement and help to evacuate the crowd. Why did she sneak out? She just felt that she couldn't just leave like this. This was the home that the old lady had guarded for her whole life. If she just escaped like a swarm of bees and left this place to the bandits, everything would be in a mess. If it wasn't for the heavy rain tonight, she was afraid that those people would definitely set fire. Even if they didn't, everything would be in a mess because of them. The old lady was originally in a coma. After escaping from the manor in such a sorry state, she wouldn't be able to return for a while. If she suddenly woke up and saw such a miserable scene, who knew how sad she would be? With her body's bones, she might not be able to hold on. So at that time, she thought that no matter what, she had to bring something. She had to bring something. At least, it would be a memento and a hope. In the ancestral hall behind, the martyrs and heroes of the Jia family were enshrined. So Qing Wen secretly came here. She thought that at least she had to bring something. Not too much, just the young master's memorial tablet would be enough. After the old lady woke up, she would at least have something to think about, have something to rely on. She knew that it would be useful. These years, the old lady would go to the ancestral hall almost every day to wipe the young master's armor and talk to him. She thought that it would be good to bring the memorial tablet with her. She had to act quickly. The thieves outside hadn't come in yet. They could do it quickly and take it away very soon. Hey, where did this little girl come from? Don't run. A frivolous voice came from behind. It was full of ridicule, complacency, and some kind of greed. She knew what kind of desire was hidden in this voice. But the other party's martial arts were very high. After 2 rounds, she understood. Her right arm was still aching. This was an enemy that she couldn't defeat, so she could only run. The heavy rain poured down, and it was bone-chilling, causing her to shiver both physically and mentally. How did things turn out like this? It was impossible to say that she didn't regret it. Little girl, the Jia family is finished. Why are you running? Quickly stop and beg me for mercy. Answer a few of my questions. Looking at your beautiful appearance and clothes, you must have a high status in the Rongguo residence, right? Answer a few of my questions and I can let you follow me. At least you won't be ruined to death today. The person behind her chased with big strides, but his speed was neither fast nor slow. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Qing Wen could only grit her teeth and run. She shouted as she ran, "Help! Help!" She shouted and rushed forward. In front of her was the ancestral hall. She had no other choice. She had been to the ancestral hall before and was very familiar with it. Now, she could only rely on the geographical advantage to hide. she rushed all the way into the main hall. Where the F***ck is this? Ancestral Hall. F***ck. Little girl, are you the young miss of the Jia family? Why, are you here to ask for the protection of your ancestors? What a pity, what a pity, those dead ancestors of yours can't do anything. Otherwise, the Jia family wouldn't have fallen into this state. Not only can they do nothing, but they also have to look on helplessly. Ha, they have never played like this before. Little girl, if you continue to run, I will fuck you in front of your ancestors. As he said this, he felt a ball of fire rising in his lower abdomen. It seemed that this was indeed a good way to play. He stepped into the main hall of the ancestral hall and looked at the rows of memorial tablet. He snorted disdainfully. Martial artists had vigorous blood and martial spirit. How could they be afraid of ghosts in the netherworld? He was about to search for the hiding place of the beautiful little girl when he suddenly heard a frightened cry. The voice was full of fear and disbelief, as if she had seen something terrible. Next to him. He turned his head and strode to the side. There were candles in front of him, and there was a curtain hanging on the door. Through the curtain, he saw a long leg and embroidered shoes. It seemed that the young lady had fallen on the ground. Vigilance rose in his heart. He pressed the hilt of the saber at his waist. As he approached, he smiled and said, "Why, is there a memorial hall next to it? Who is being worshipped inside?" "It's me." The curtain fell silently as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. It revealed what it was hiding. In the side hall, the fire was bright. He saw the little girl who had fallen on the ground. She raised her head as if she had turned into a statue. He saw a person. He was wearing a strange Western-style white robe and had short hair. He just stood there and turned his head to look at him. Not far from him, there was a set of armor. There were sword marks all over, shining with cold light. There were also bloodstains that couldn't be wiped off, revealing a demonic evil spirit. It was the armor of 100 battles, engraved with countless deaths, victories, glory, and souls of the dead. Every inch of it was soaked with merit. This armor alone was a legend. There was a person standing next to the armor. He was wearing a strange Western-style robe and had short hair that was different from the Empire's hairstyle. His eyes were indifferent, and he looked very rebellious. But in his eyes, it seemed that this armor was made for the person in front of him. The armor was calling for its master. If he was in Qing Wen's perspective, he could see a painting. On the peak of the mountain, dark clouds, surrounded by thousands of soldiers, a man in armor stood on the peak of the mountain of corpses. The surrounding people responded. The sacred sword was shining, and the armor was dazzling. This was the light legend of the Great War of Heaven Yuan. He was once the military chief of the martial arts hall and the most famous soldier in the world. He was now the #1 in the world. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.